Hi, I think I'm your first speaker for today, Chloe Yang. Okay,
Yes,
perfect. So I'm going to put my question in the chat just so all of you have access to it,
terrific. Thank you.
and it should be in there now. And while you're all getting that down, just for your reference, I'll be timing myself off to the side, so I won't need any signals from you. Okay, and if I could just check with you all really quick, where my hands are right now is at the very edge of the screen for you. Okay, perfect. And whenever you're ready, if I could just get a thumbs up, I'll get started. Great, perfect. Citizens all across the country of Russia have been pleading with President Putin in the streets to stop his aggression in Ukraine because he has bigger fish to fry. For example, probably the fact that citizens all across Russia have no fish to fry. And not just in Russia. The food supply crisis is not just one that's contained within the confines of this nation, but rather one that's been impacting countries all across the globe. Because as a recent report from the UN goes on to explain, the war in Ukraine isn't only having military or strategic impacts, but rather adverse ones that are impacting people all across the country. Because Russia and Ukraine make up around 25% of the world's entire exports and cereal crops. And many lower income nations are reliant on these two countries alone to provide them with the food that they need to address many of the humanitarian crises they have contained in their own borders. And as the UN puts it, this is creating extreme adverse impacts that are impacting every country all across the globe, which makes it crucial that we address the impacts of this conflict by asking today's question. Is a global food supply the next casualty of the war in Ukraine? To which the answer is an unfortunate yes, because it's making food extremely inaccessible, which we can see through, firstly, supply shocks in grain. Secondly, because of the increased costs of fertilizers. And finally, because of skyrocketing fuel prices. Last year, it seems as though all anyone could read about was the global supply chain crisis. And now this is once again making our headlines, but also equally impacting our breadlines. Which brings us to the first reason why our global food supply chain is unfortunately the next casualty in the war in Ukraine, simply because it's causing adverse supply shocks within the grain industry itself. Because both Ukraine and Russia are responsible for producing a large amount of grain. And because of the war in Ukraine, this is only decreasing the amount of production and yield that they can have. As host Michael Barbaro puts it in an April 7th edition of The Daily from the New York Times, he explains that because of the war, the amount of production of grains in particular has been decreasing. But on top of that, the distribution of these crops is even going down as well. Because of global sanctions against Russia on 3 of its major ports, many of these grain exports can't even leave the nation. And because of the fighting going on in Ukraine, the same can be said there as well. So even with the decreased amount of production, the crops that do get produced aren't even able to leave the countries themselves, which makes it no surprise that Brian Sass of Ag Resources explains in a recent industry forum that because of this, prices all across the world in terms of corn and grain in particular have increased by around 17.1% since the beginning of this crisis. And because of this, Ukraine and Russia, who are responsible for supplying these products to places like Northern Africa and the Middle East, can no longer get these crops over there. And the crops that do arrive are extremely expensive, making it inaccessible to those in these humanitarian crises that so desperately need these crops the most. From sun to soil, there isn't much that you need to grow a plant. But while sun right now is abundant, soil isn't as much. Which brings us to the next reason why the global supply chain of food is unfortunately the next casualty in the war in Ukraine. Because of the increasing prices in our own fertilizer. Specifically, Russia, who's currently the second largest producer of all food nutrients across our world. But as the New York Times puts it in an article from just 3 days ago, unfortunately, because of the ongoing war, this means that for many people all across the world, farmers in particular, they can no longer afford the fertilizer prices that they need just to grow their own crops. Nitrogen in particular has been hit especially hard by this conflict, as nitrogen is especially needed to create nitrogenous soils that are used by many farmers all across the globe. But unfortunately, as Nick Paulson, a professor from the University of Illinois, told CBS in a recent interview, He explained that because of the increases in fertilizer prices, this means that for people even outside of Russia and Ukraine who aren't directly dependent on their exports, they can no longer get the fertilizer they need. And according to a recent report from the Department of Agriculture in the United States, they explained that farmer confidence has been decreasing because of this, with around 90% of all farmers who were surveyed explaining that they're expecting their input costs to increase by around 20% in the upcoming year, just because of this conflict, which means one of two things. They either have to decrease their crop yields in anticipation or increase their prices to compensate, neither of which are good for people who are reliant on these crops to feed their families. And because of increasing prices, it's clear that food, not just in the US, Ukraine, or Russia, but all around the world, will unfortunately be as inaccessible as ever. Of course, gas prices have to go up right when I'm starting to learn how to drive. Just my luck. Which brings us to the last reason why the food supply in our entire world is unfortunately the next casualty in the war on Ukraine, simply because of our skyrocketing gas prices, which the Washington Post recently quantified to be at around $4.10 in just the United States, and all around the globe has been hitting record high prices around $140 for each barrel of oil, prices that are extremely inaccessible for even the most wealthy of farmers. And unfortunately, what this means is not only is the war on Ukraine impacting fertilizer, it's also impacting gas, another crucial input cost for farmers all across the world. And as KPMG analyzes in a recent report, what this means is that for many farmers who need natural gases or gas and petroleum in order to fuel their tractors or other machinery, they're unfortunately going to have to rely back to manpower labor, which is extremely less efficient and productive than their mechanized counterparts. And because of this, productivity all around the globe in our food production sector is going to decrease, once again, signaling the decrease of crop yield and production globally, which is only going to lead to higher prices for the people who need it the most. Russia and Ukraine are two countries that are responsible for feeding hundreds upon millions of citizens all across the globe, which is why we must ask today's question. Is the global food supply the next casualty of the war in Ukraine? Which the unfortunate answer is yes, because it's making food extremely inaccessible, which can be seen through, firstly, the supply shocks in grain. Secondly, because of the high prices of fertilizer, and finally, because of our skyrocketing fuel prices. So it's clear that Vladimir Putin, without a doubt, has bigger fish to fry, like providing some for his own citizens. But so long as the war in Ukraine continues to go on, it's only impacting the people who are most reliant on food, who aren't responsible for this conflict at all. So the time I got was around 7 minutes and 10 seconds. If I could just check you got around the same. Okay, great. Thank you all so much for judging and have a good rest of your day.
Hi, I'm the second speaker, Michelle Jin. Let me go ahead and put my question into the chat. All right, I've put my question into chat, and would it be okay if I time myself on the side? Okay, awesome.
Absolutely.
Just let me know whenever you guys are all ready to go. Awesome. In famous K-pop singer Lisa's hit song Money, she explains in the first 4 lines of her lyrics that when she's coming home, she's instantly spending all of the money she earned that day and pouring it all on herself. And while this is certainly a lifestyle that I'd like to live, unfortunately, it's one that many Americans nowadays simply can't, especially because of rising inflation and us coming out of a global economic recession. In fact, The Hill explains to us on April 15th of 2022 that the average gas prices nowadays in America ranges at the highest level of about $4.17, ranging and increasing from $2.77 from last year. And furthermore, these rising gas prices are directly following rising oil prices, especially because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Yet furthermore, just this morning, Fortune magazine explains to us on April 25th of 2022 that oil prices in the world have decreased to about 99 per barrel. Yet supposedly, that shouldn't be a way for us to simply be comforted about these decreasing oil prices. And there's still things to be worried about the trend of rising oil prices in the past few months. Yet considering that these rising prices overall in the economy should be something that we are all worrying about, it becomes imperative for us to ask ourselves today's question: will rising oil prices derail global economic recovery? And the answer is absolutely. And we can see so further in 3 key ways. First, by looking at similarities throughout history. Second, by seeing how rise in oil prices impact the most vulnerable in society. And finally, by seeing how they go hand in hand with geopolitical tensions. The first way that we can see how rising oil prices have derailed global economic recovery is by looking back at history and noticing similarities. More specifically, Brunel University professor Ray Burrell explains to us in December of 2021 that this similar trend of rising oil prices directly resulting in rising overall prices is similar in 1974 and 1979, where there were also examples of rising oil prices directly reflecting inflationary pressures and overall entering a global recession. However, the IMF explains to us in an article penned on December 7th of 2000, when reflecting upon the 1970s, that they explained that one characteristic of the 1974 oil crisis was that it came out of a time of relative stability in the global economy, meaning that even while there were supply shocks to the oil prices resulting in rising prices overall, that overall came out of a time of stability. However, if we look at today, there's been many supply side shocks both in the American and global economy, not only because we have been fighting a recession due to COVID-19 for the past 2 years, but also because there are many other factors, whether geopolitical tensions or other things that directly impacted the supply side, increasing overall prices. And oil prices are only adding to the fire. Yet furthermore, if we're looking back at history, it's evident that a rise in oil prices typically results in any sort of recession or specifically derails global economic recovery. And that's the first reason as to why these rising oil prices in the past few months will directly derail global economic recovery. But the second reason as to why rising oil prices derail global economic recovery is because the rise in these prices impact the most vulnerable in society. More specifically, the World Bank explains to us in December of 2021 that given risen oil prices in the past few years, we have noticed, especially with rising inflation during the recession, that there was about a 3% increase in inflation in advanced economies, 2% in emerging economies, and unfortunately 4% in low-income countries, meaning that those low-income countries have been most heavily hit by global inflation and higher price levels. Yet furthermore, Brookings Institution explains to us on March 18th of 2022 that this trend continues to occur with rising oil prices, not only because those in low-income nations have lesser sources of income, but also these rising prices in oil and in the general inflation rate directly impacts their ability to earn real wages and increase in those real wages. And this overall directly and most impacts these vulnerable populations around the world. Now, if these rising oil prices are derailing the ability for lower income countries to recover at the same rate as these more advanced economies with more sources of income, it's clear that global economic recovery overall is being derailed because there is simply no way for global economic recovery to equitably occur if the most vulnerable are still suffering at the hands of rising oil prices and rising prices overall. But the third and final reason as to why rising oil prices are derailing global economic recovery, because they go hand in hand with geopolitical tensions. For example, Reuters explains to us on January 31st of 2022 that just one example in the Middle East of rising oil prices going hand in hand with geopolitical tensions was when threats to the UAE from the Houthi rebels directly resulted in rising oil prices. Yet simultaneously right now, the main thing clouding the news is the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which has caused oil prices to skyrocket. More specifically, WeForum explains to us on April 18th of 2022 that because of the invasion of Russia into Ukraine, oil prices have skyrocketed to about $110 per barrel. Yet furthermore, these geopolitical tensions in the area have extended beyond just the borders of Ukraine, ranging from aid from the EU, the US, etc. Now, this article goes on to explain that there's a direct correlation between the lagging of economic recovery and geopolitical tensions, because there's really no way for economic recovery to continue occurring if there's literally a war going on that's directly impacting tons of countries around the world. And so we not only see rising oil prices directly coming out of the war in Ukraine, but furthermore, those geopolitical tensions are going to further derail global economic recovery overall. So today, when coming back to the question, will rising oil prices derail global economic recovery? The answer is absolutely. And we can see so further in three key ways. More specifically, first, due to similarities in history. Second, because these rising prices impact the most vulnerable. And finally, because they go hand in hand with geopolitical tensions. And so, because of rising overall prices, it's been hard to live like Lisa's lifestyle. But hopefully one day, we can all enjoy some of that luxury. All right, thank you so much. I had a time of 6:59. Thank you.
Hello, I see that your last speaker just concluded, so take as much time as you need for ballots. I just want to let you know that I'm here and put my question in the chat. The question for your verbal reference is, what steps should the international community take to solve the wealth gap? Take as much time as you need. Just because this is the semifinals of the TOC, this is the flow that I prepped the round with. I'm gonna go put it behind me. And then just let me know whenever you all are ready. Awesome, if I could get a thumbs up for my third judge. Cool, if it's okay with you, I can take the time on my timer. Obviously yours will be the official tournament time. And if you are all ready, I'll start on my first word. Every year, my school holds a social justice day. It's a good excuse to put our classes aside, to come together as a community, and discuss how we can make our school, our country, and our world just a little bit better. And year after year, we learn about heartbreaking inequalities around the country, especially those in regards to environment and wealth. But as the World Economic Forum reminds us on December 10th of 2021, those problems extend far beyond America. Because while we're facing a crisis of wealth inequality domestically, globally, the top 10% of the population owns 50% of the wealth, and the bottom 50% of the population owns only 8%. As the United Nations tells us on their website just today, while over the last decade and a half, we've made substantial progress on issues like child poverty, global wealth inequality is still at global highs. And considering that while billionaires like Elon Musk attempt to buy Twitter for fun, children starve around the world because of lack of resources, it's critical to understand what each and every one of us can do to solve this heartbreaking problem and ask ourselves today's question: what steps should the international community take to solve the wealth gap? And the answer is clear. The international community must support bottom-up governance, first by destroying dictatorships, second by organizing with unions, and third and finally by combating tax havens. Now, it's Social Justice Day. Well, we learn about how sometimes corporations and the American government can work together, not necessarily for our best interest. It's critical to remember that America has it pretty good, because around the world, autocracies strip their citizens of their rights. And the first way in which the international community can combat the wealth gap is by combating exactly that, destroying dictatorships around the globe. As The Atlantic tells us on December 14th of 2021, unfortunately, in dictatorships, wealth gaps tend to be much higher. In countries where loyalty is essential and where the military rules with an iron fist, wealth is often the way that the wheels keep turning, how you buy people's loyalty and how you make sure to keep the people in line. In fact, as The Atlantic concludes, inequality is actually a feature of the system, not just a bug. Because for many dictatorship leaders and those who are serving them, being so far above their citizenry isn't just a perk of what they can buy, but a perk because of the inequality. And while the dictatorships around the world might seem like an unsolvable problem, as Freedom House tells us on October 7th of 2021, it's something that we can work on together. While dictatorships may never be gone from this earth, the international community has substantial weapons to cripple them. From sanctions that lower the wealth gap and make dictatorships weak from the bottom, to seizing dictators' assets. As we've seen in the Russian war of Ukraine, the international community has a lot of tricks to try. As Freedom House finally concludes, dictatorships will never be gone. But if the international community tries, we can knock out as many of them as we can and lower the global wealth gap considerably. Now, while Social Justice Day at my school might seem like a lot of doom and gloom, we also have learned about amazing moments in American history, where workers band together, where substantial change gets passed, where governments act for the good of the people. And it's because of this history in the United States that the second way that the international community can lower the wealth gap is by organizing with unions. As the Center for American Progress tells us, in a paper published in October of 2020, unions are the democratic component of our economy. While corporations are bound by a fiduciary duty to generate profits for their owners and shareholders, unions actually represent the workers and represent their needs. Considering that as the Center for American Progress, unions have significant power to speak for the people and significant power to lower the wealth inequality, if only they're given a voice. As the Department of Labor tells us on December 14th of 2021, giving those unions a voice is exactly what the international community can do. The biggest problem for unions, especially in developing countries, is fear of economic retribution, because corporations hold most of the power. But as the Labor Department concludes, if the international community works to fund these unions, helping them keep their jobs or at least keep living, even after economic retribution, we can give them the tools and economic powers they need to take on corporations and corrupt government, bringing democracy from the bottom and making sure to close the wealth gap around the world. Now, one of the biggest takeaways I've had from Social Justice Day is whether it's wealth inequality or environmental justice, problems at home are really reflections of problems in the whole world. Because of our interconnected economies today, things happening in countries such as the United Kingdom or Brazil will come home to roost in the United States. The third way that the international community can combat the wealth gap is by combating tax havens around the world. As the Brookings Institute tells us, on May 5th of 2021, tax havens are the biggest component holding back wealth equality in the world. When corporations in major countries like the United Kingdom and the United States move their official headquarters or legal residence to countries like Ireland or Switzerland with low corporate tax rate, they rob countries like the United States of one of their most critical tools in fighting wealth inequality, allowing the taxing of major corporations and the redistribution to those that are disadvantaged. However, as the New York Times tells us on October 8th of 2021, America has already set a good precedent in a way to solve the problem. Just last fall, as the New York Times explains, 130 countries banded together, essentially to create a global minimum corporate tax rate of just 15%. As the New York Times concludes, this low tax rate won't do much for global inequality, but it provides a roadmap for the future. If enough countries can band together, they can stop the race to the bottom in terms of corporate tax, allow companies and rich individuals to truly have their wealth given to the government, and allow for redistribution. Considering that around the world there are nearly 200 billionaires doing things like going to space and buying Twitter, while millions starve around the globe, it's critical to understand how we can get at the root of this inequality and how we can bring justice to the world. Once again, asking today's question: what steps should the international community take to solve the wealth gap? And the answer, once again, is clear. We must empower bottom-up governance, first by destroying dictatorships, second by organizing with unions, and third and finally by crushing tax havens. And so, while social justice day at my school can often seem like a bit of doom and gloom, inside that fog there is a hope. Because if we band together, the world can do something truly special: create equality, not just in America, but for every citizen of Earth. Thank you. I got a time of 7:04. Is that consistent with what you all got? Awesome. Thank you all so much. I hope you have a great rest of your, week now, because it's Monday. Thank you so much.
Hello there. I should be your fourth speaker for today, and fellow volley. Is that what you all have? Perfect. And then, 1 second, I can type my question into the chat if that works with you all. Right. All right. For transparency's sake, this is the notepad I use to take notes. I'm going to put this on the side. And then in case there are any latency issues, would it be all right if I use my phone as a timer? Excellent. Well, that's all the notes I had. So if I could just get a thumbs up from all of my judges when you're ready, that would be great. Perfect. Globalization is a difficult affair. That was the awfully insightful verdict of the head of the World Bank, David Malpass, in a recent interview with journalists in March of this year. In other news, Malpass, ever the acute and keen observer, also pointed out that there are 60 seconds in a minute, and that, wait for it, the sky is actually blue. Yet, jokes aside, the most obvious statements are often the most true ones, and Malpass's statement is no exception to that rule. Indeed, the Washington Post pointed out in an article from April 6th of this year that today, international policymakers and economists have struggled to figure out what the problem is with globalization. The international system that has allowed for international collaboration between various nations and free trade has found itself in crisis. And as a result, many people believe that it is unraveling amidst economic and political pressures, as various countries have seen themselves retreat from the system. Considering that globalization is so foundational to the world's economy and explains why we're able to get so many cheap resources today, we need to ask today's question: is globalization unraveling? And the answer is yes, because both economic and political forces have caused a retreat. First, political pressures have led to isolationist trade policies. Second, Western sanctions have splintered the global currency system. And finally, supply chain issues have amplified anti-globalization actions. In the wake of any crisis, there often is a scapegoat that people point to and blame all of the world's woes on. The fact is, COVID-19 is no exception to this rule, and the first reason why globalization is unraveling is because political pressures have led to isolationist trade policies. First, though, a little bit of theory and context. In his book, The New Populism, Italian political scientist Marco Rebelli noted that ever since the financial crisis that the world encountered in 2008, many people have lost their faith in the global currency and exchange system. And as a result, many people, noticing the increasingly hollowed out industrial cores that were once vibrant manufacturing sectors of their economies, have pointed to globalization as a scapegoat. Instead, they've endorsed populist politicians who've rallied against globalization and globalism, and have argued that if we were to retreat from globalism, all of those woes could suddenly be solved, and jobs that have been lost in developing countries like the United States or Italy could suddenly come back. But you don't just have to take my word for it. Politicians are directly appealing to the everyday concerns of millions of voters, which is why the think tank, the International Institute for Sustainable Development, noted in an article from July 28th of 2021, that between 2010 and 2020, there was a 400% increase in discriminatory trade policies like tariffs and other trade restrictions, a clear indication that many countries have internationally retreated from the trade system, largely due to political pressure. And with an article with the New York Times noting on February 22nd of this year that midterm elections are coming up in places like the United States, many of the world's global economic leaders will only double down on their anti-globalization action, showing that our system of globalization will continue to unravel as trade falters and comes to a complete halt. But it's not just developed countries that are starting to lose faith in globalization. On the other side of the spectrum, developing countries are as well. So the second reason why globalization is unraveling is because Western sanctions have splintered the global currency system. In his creatively titled book on economics, Nobel Prize-winning economist Paul Krugman noted that one of the most important parts of any system of globalization is having an international reserve currency, an effective intermediary that countries can use to trade between each other. Historically, that intermediary currency has been the US dollar. If I was a country like China, I would exchange my currency, the renminbi, to US dollars. France would take those US dollars and then eventually convert them to the euros. This allowed for a very connected and unified trade system and was so integral in making sure that global trade could flow seamlessly. But the problem is that today, that faith in the currency system has faltered, which is why the Washington, D.C.-based think tank, the Council on Foreign Relations, observed on March 11th of this year that because 95% of all trade transactions in the world use the US dollar at one point or another, many countries believe that they are too suspect to US sanctions and other restrictions. After all, if the US government denies them access to US dollars, they'd be effectively shut out of the global currency system. And that's why Foreign Affairs concluded in an article from February 28th of this year that many developing nations from Russia to China all the way to India have decided to create their own international currency reserve systems, directly trading rubles with renminbis or renminbis with rupees. And while this may make for more seamless trade in the short run, in the long run, it'll create a disjointed patchwork of various currencies, effectively limiting access to our global trade system and making sure that once unified and unilateral ruler we all used, the US dollar is no longer able to pin together our global trade system. But the third and final reason why globalization is unraveling is because supply chain issues have amplified anti-globalization actions. Peter Goodman, an economic journalist from the New York Times, noted in an article from February 6th of this year that today we're facing unprecedented supply chain shortages. Amidst lockdowns in countries like China and record labor shortages in countries like the United States, the fact is supply simply hasn't been able to meet up with global economic demand. And not only has that caused runaway inflation, which has meant that everyday citizens had to reach deeper and deeper into their pockets to pay for everyday goods, it's also meant that many people no longer trust our system of globalization. That's why the Wall Street Journal articulated in an article from October 20th of 2021 that many people have looked at these lockdowns and vulnerabilities as a testament to the fact that they need to pursue strategic autonomy, that they can't rely upon the rest of the world to produce goods anymore. That's why countries like the United States and France have verbally affirmed that they want to pursue a more industrial era policy, one where they're manufacturing goods like computer chips, rather than having countries like China do the same. Ultimately, the fact is that's one of the things that is most antithetical to the principles of globalization. And it highlights why so many countries are retreating from globalization. Instead of trying to pursue interconnected trade, they're trying to pursue isolationism. And so, when we reflect on today's question, is globalization unraveling? The answer is unequivocally yes, because both political and economic machinations have caused a retreat from the system. First, political pressures have led to protectionist and isolationist trade policies. Second, Western sanctions have splintered the global currency system. And finally, Supply chain issues have amplified anti-globalization actions. The fact is, globalization is an imperfect system, but it has underpinned and explained so much of the world's economic growth in the 20th and 21st century. So hopefully politicians can find ways to meaningfully engage and address these concerns for the sake of this faltering system. Thank you all so much. Have a great day.
I had 7:04.
Yeah, same.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kush Narang, and I'm the fifth speaker. I've just placed my question in the chat. So I can time myself, and once everyone's ready to go, I can begin. Good. Okay. Everyone good? Okay. A new UN survey asked world leaders what their honest opinion on trade disputes in other countries was, but there were immediately some problems. Vladimir Putin didn't know what honest meant, Xi Jinping didn't know what opinion meant, Scandinavian countries didn't know what trade disputes meant, and Boris Johnson didn't know what the rest of the world meant. However, while there has appeared to be a rise in trade disputes in recent years, it turns out that free trade is in a much better place today than it was back in the 90s. According to a report from Georgetown Law, On April 13th of this year, the World Trade Organization was created in 1995 with the goal of unifying the international community through free trade. It has 164 members, making it one of the most effective trade deals in history. It lowered average tariffs between nations by nearly 10% and has had significant economic benefits. So considering that the World Trade Organization has been a defining part of the global economy for decades, we must ask ourselves today's question. Has the World Trade Organization succeeded or failed? The answer is that the World Trade Organization has succeeded because it has brought significant and tangible economic benefits to the global economy. More specifically, first, by limiting trade disputes. Second, by facilitating new trade deals. And third, and perhaps most importantly, by being the single most effective poverty reduction measure in history. Anytime you turn on the news, it's not unlikely that you're going to hear about trade disputes. And while they may seem common today, it turns out they were much worse in the 90s, explaining the first tangible benefit of the World Trade Organization, being that it has significantly decreased trade disputes all across the world. According to the Chatham House, on August 3rd of 2021, the reason why trade disputes have gone down is because the World Trade Organization has by far the best conflict resolution mechanism of any international organization. If two nations get into any form of trade dispute, first, they're going to meet for negotiations that are led by independent officials from the WTO. If those negotiations fall through, then WTO officials will analyze the situation in a non-biased way, and they will place sanctions on the nation who they believe is at fault. That second part is especially important. As opposed to one nation or the other just blatantly placing sanctions on each other, the World Trade Organization places sanctions in a non-biased way, and that gives a lot more credibility to their rulings and decisions. In fact, international scholars widely consider the WTO to be the single most effective organization when it comes to punitive measures, because unlike other trade deals, nations don't really have the option of just leaving the alliance if they want to. The Chicago booth continues to quantify this. On December 1st of 2015, they explained that before the WTO in a trade dispute, the average tariff would be 50%. However, because of the World Trade Organization, that average tariff in a trade war has dropped to just 9%. A decreased severity of trade wars, alongside their decreased frequency, means that the international community saves $340 billion every single year because of these conflict resolution mechanisms, a clear economic benefit in the long term. Another tangible benefit that the World Trade Organization has brought is that it has facilitated increased free trade amongst nations outside of the WTO itself. The United Nations explains just today that back in the 90s, many politicians, particularly those in the West, were skeptical of forming trade relationships with the developing world because they were worried about jobs being outsourced or prices being undercut. However, membership in the World Trade Organization showed nations all across the world that no matter what they plan to do with their economy in the future, free trade is going to be an essential part of their global development. As The Economist explains on October 9th of 2021, this directly created an increase in the desirability of other free trade agreements in the international community. Before the 90s, there were just 50 free trade deals across the entire planet, the vast majority being small and nuanced deals between the United States and Europe. However, today, there are more than 300 free trade deals, and this increase can largely be attributed to the World Trade Organization, demonstrating to nations all across the planet how essential free trade is. Moreover, the WTO will often facilitate trade negotiations between its member states, demonstrating that the economic benefits haven't just been seen through trade reductions and increases going through the WTO, but also through new trade deals created in the model of the WTO. But the third, and perhaps most important reason why the WTO has had significant economic benefits is because it has been the single most effective poverty reduction measure in history. MIT explains in December of 2019 that back in the 90s, the Western world was once again skeptical of forming trade relations with developing countries. And that meant that developing countries were cut off from the international monetary system. That led to significant isolation and economic problems. However, today, because of the hard work done by the WTO, developing nations have seen significant benefits. More specifically, an article coming from the World Economic Forum explains on March 1st of 2019 that before the WTO, developing nations accounted for roughly 30% of global trade. Today, they account for 48%. The WTO single-handedly decreased extreme poverty in the developing world by 1 billion people. By cutting extreme poverty in half, the WTO created millions of jobs across the planet, something that has significantly benefited developing countries. Moreover, the average tariff between Western countries and developing nations dropped by nearly 25%. In some cases like India and China, that drop was 50%. That made free trade far more attractive, thereby helping take people out of poverty and save lives all across the planet. So now, as we come back to today's question, which is, has the World Trade Organization succeeded or failed? The answer is clear. It has succeeded because it had provided significant and tangible economic benefits. More specifically, first, by limiting trade disputes. Second, by facilitating external trade deals. And third, by being the single most effective poverty reduction mechanism in history. Overall, it's clear that while the future of free trade may seem a little uncertain, we are clearly in a better place today than we were back in the 90s. And that is all thanks to the WTO. Thank you. Thank you so much for judging, everyone. Have a great day.
I had 705.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
So I'm going to type my question into the chat real quick. And then to read that aloud, it's, is deglobalization the future of the global economy? Did everyone get that? Fantastic. And then is it okay if I keep a timer myself? I'll just have it. Great, thank you. And then for transparency's sake, here's my flow. All right, are all of my judges ready? Fantastic. Globalization is over. On April 8th of 2022, New York Times columnist David Brooks sparked an academic debate when he decided to plunge a knife into the liberal world order that has governed our world since the end of World War II. He claimed that globalization is over, or essentially that there are more forces tearing our economies apart than they're bringing them together. As the Pearson Institute for International Economics tells us, globalization has been the increasing of interconnectedness among global countries as they seek to transfer products, ideas, and culture. Considering that globalization has been lucrative, something we've known since the 1817 publication of David Ricardo's theory on comparative advantage, and that globalization has a stabilizing effect, we need to question David Brooks' assertion by asking, is deglobalization the future of the global economy? And the answer is, while I respect David Brooks as a thinker, I have to disagree, because there are more forces that are bringing us together than driving us apart. And this can be evidenced by taking on three of his key arguments. Firstly, by proving that investment is increasing in the status quo. Secondly, by arguing that barriers don't have to be constructed, that they can be dismantled. And finally, by positing that democracy, which drove globalization, is still alive. Perhaps one of the first arguments made by David Brooks that has been contested by the international community has been that on investment. As Brooks posits that between 2016 and 2019, long-term flows of investment halved. There are two issues with his analysis, though. Firstly, he focuses on long-term investment, but that doesn't include the short-term infrastructure projects that have increased in the modern era. For example, take the country of China. As explained to us on April 5th by US News, China has been exporting their Hualong 1 nuclear reactor model to other countries amidst the growing global shortage of energy. Not only nearby, in countries like Pakistan, but they're also considering an $8.3 billion project in Argentina, which will create over 7,000 jobs and double the share of nuclear energy within Argentina. And it's obvious that China is not alone, as East Asian capital within the world has increased as they seek to invest overseas. But the second problem with Brooks' assertion is that he ends his analysis at 2019, forgetting that COVID-19 fundamentally restructured our economy. On April 18th of 2022, the Wall Street Journal explains how supply chain shocks in this world force countries to diversify where they're getting their resources, leading companies, for example, the United States, to try to nearshore by shifting away from just China and by building infrastructure and development projects within Latin America. In fact, the Kearney Institute shows that 70% of executives want to have more production coming from Latin America, meaning that the United States has been investing in those countries. It's obvious that right now investment is not declining, but it's on the rise, as the global community realizes that they need to cooperate in the post-COVID era. But beyond just looking at investment, we can also look at another critical notion, trade. Now, Brooks focuses on a key example, that of US-China trade, by claiming that we're in a mutually exclusive competition for dominance. But that in itself is a problematic statement. On April 19th of 2022, renowned think tank the Cato Institute released a report in which they argued that the US and China aren't actually locked in a mutually exclusive competition. For example, imports from China have decreased consumer prices to the point where our economy gains $260 per person per day because we choose to take in because of our trans-Pacific partnerships. And it's precisely because of this that we aren't forced to construct barriers, but rather economics is no zero-sum game. We can try to tear them down. No country represents us better than India. Just 5 hours ago, the East Asia Forum notes that India has been pursuing free trade agreements with a variety of countries, whether that's China, Australia, or the United Kingdom. All very different countries, but all countries that they want to cooperate with. It's obvious that our world is rushing towards free trade as we realize that we can all prosper together. But finally, and perhaps most importantly, David Brooks attributes the death of globalization to the death of democracy by claiming that culture wars are erupting across the world. And while that looked like the picture during COVID-19, Putin actually changed that. On February 25th of 2022, Axios notes how after Putin invaded Ukraine, most of the world expected Eastern European nations to turn their backs on democracy because of their economic ties to Russia. But instead, countries like Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Hungary, and Kazakhstan decided that they weren't going to stand for autocracy, and they chose democracy. The New York Times, writing on March 2nd of 2022, tells us that this means that not only is the West standing in solidarity, but other countries are finally recognizing autocracy as a threat, and they're allowing democracy to flourish. And considering that democracy and the liberal world order has been what's kept globalization alive because it allows for free exchange and free thought, it means that globalization isn't quite yet dead. If you want any better proof, look at the student protests that are happening in Thailand, where they are protesting an ineffective and corrupt government. Or look at the women in Pakistan who are marching for their rights. It's obvious that the flame of democracy has not been extinguished, and thus globalization doesn't have to be killed either. And so even though I respect David Brooks as a thinker, I must disagree. Globalization is not over. When asked the question, is deglobalization the future of the global economy? It's obvious that the answer is no, because more is driving us together. We don't have to be pulled apart. This can be evidenced by first, looking at how investment is increasing, not just from China, but also from the United States. Secondly, by examining how trade barriers don't have to be constructed, but they can be dismantled. And finally, understanding that democracy is alive, and thus trade and free thought and Western values can prevail in this world. We don't have to be torn apart. We can stand together. And I just want to thank all three of the judges for judging today. Like the TOC is a year-long dream for many students like myself. So just thank you for making this opportunity possible.
Congratulations, kiddo. Good job.
Thank you. I know it's an oxymoron, but have a fantastic Monday.
I have 654.
Hi, last speaker. Hi.
Hello, good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are. All right, I've pasted in my question in the chat for everyone's reference, and I will also say it out loud. Does volatility of commodities pose a significant threat to the global economy? All right, are any of the judges not ready? Perfect. A man was scheduled for a very experimental heart surgery on which he had to choose between two organ donors. On one hand was a famed Nobel Peace Prize winner, and on the other, an economist. Strangely enough, the man chose the economist because he wanted a heart that had never been used before. Now, recently, economists have garnered a reputation of being a bit emotionless, because in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, their analysis of the strictly mathematical financial ramifications on the global economy comes off as just a bit cold. But as the Federal Reserve tells us on April 14th of this year, economists might not be as heartless as they come off as, because the economic ramification of Russia's immigrant war might end up harming more people than the actual fighting itself. And that's because of a simple concept known as volatility. Together, Russia and Ukraine accounted for nearly 26% of all commodity exports in the global economy, which means things like the price of oil, the price of wheat, and natural gas have all fluctuated between increasing by 5 and 10% almost on a daily basis. Combined with massive inflation all across the world, many in the poor and middle class are now struggling to afford their basic needs day in and day out, prompting many to ask themselves today's question. Does the volatility of commodities pose a significant threat to the global economy? And the answer is absolutely, because these volatile commodities are spelling death to developing nations through 3 key ways. First, forcing on more debt. Second, prompting food insecurity. And third, and finally, leading to greater inflation. But the first, and by far the most tragic reason on why we can say that commodity volatility is a death sentence for the global economy is because it's forcing developing nations to take on unmanageable amounts of debts. More specifically, Said Rivzi, a professor of economics at UC Berkeley, tells us on April 22nd of this year that the global commodity market accounts for nearly $4.81 trillion of exports to developing nations. And Russia's invasion of Ukraine, combined with these massive price hikes, is forcing them to take out more and more debt. We can use the nation of Pakistan as a case study, where the previous Prime Minister Imran Khan applied for a nearly $6 billion IMF loan in spite of Pakistan being already in deep recession, simply because the nation needed the money to pay for the all-time price high of oil barrels at $130 per unit. But not only did that cause an economic recession within Pakistan, but it's an indicator that the rest of the developing world is heading toward a debt-fueled recession. The Brookings Institute tells us on April 1st of this year that given the economic ramifications, both within Pakistan as well as across the developing world, it's clear that these unmanageable levels of debt taken on by the developing world are going to lead to these countries defaulting. That's going to prevent them from trading, taking out future loans, and participating in the world economy. In fact, in the wake of its own recession, Pakistan had to cancel nearly $12 billion of planned trade and infrastructure projects. And so long as this volatility continues to force developing nations into the hole, this trend is only going to continue. But the second unfortunate reason on why we can see that the volatility of commodity prices is going to kill the global economy is because it's prompting massive amounts of food insecurity, unfortunately, most oftentimes in the most vulnerable communities. More specifically, the Brookings Institute tells us on April 12th of this year that countries in North Africa in the Middle East relied heavily on Russia and Ukraine for their grain and wheat imports. Specifically, on average, these nations brought in nearly 40% of all their food from Russia and Ukraine. But now that Russia has blockaded the Black Sea, all those imports stopped seemingly overnight. And once again, we're now seeing the seeds of famine and therefore recession being laid all across the developing world. Business Insider News tells us on April 15th of this year that looking at Egypt, Libya, and Tunisia as case studies for the rest of the African and Middle East developing world, these 3 nations on their own have already gone through more than 80% of their reserves when it comes to buying back food. And given that the price of a bushel of wheat has nearly doubled over the past 2 months, this food insecurity is only going to get worse. In fact, the Business Insider perceives that Egypt, Libya, and Tunisia might be headed to the same situation as Ethiopia, when nearly 4 million people have gone into famine and 7 million others are at risk of food insecurity. So long as the price of commodities continues to climb, people aren't going to be able to afford food, and worst case scenario, a global famine will take hold. But the third and final unfortunate reason on why global commodity volatility poses a significant threat to the world economy is because it's fueling unbridled inflation. More specifically, the Wall Street Journal tells us on April 22nd of this year that developing nations are at the highest risk of inflation. And with the global rate at 8%, that problem is only going to get worse, primarily because developing nations rely heavily on debt, primarily from the International Monetary Fund, to keep their economies afloat. In fact, in 2021 alone, the IMF gave nearly $180 billion to just 60 countries, primarily developing ones, to keep their welfare systems and infrastructure investments afloat. But with rising inflation, many of these countries no longer meet the IMF restrictions for getting a loan in the first place. And as the War on the Rocks blog tells us on April 17th of this year, many nations, primarily in the Middle East and Africa, such as Sri Lanka, Kenya, and Ethiopia, no longer qualify for IMF loans. And as we saw in Sri Lanka, that not only led to a devaluation of the currency, but a straight up recession. And so even though economists might have a reputation for being a bit heartless, it's clear that economic analysis, and in this case, heavy reform, is needed to save the global economy from the threat that commodity volatility poses, primarily because it's causing three key threats to developing nations. First, and most dangerously, unbridled debt. Second, food insecurity. And third, and finally, unmanageable inflation. Thank you. Thank you all for judging. Have a great day.
Thank you.
I had that at 7:25.
You guys can hear me, right? Yeah, okay. I suppose since everybody's here, I guess we'll get started then. Yes, no? Okay, great. Yeah, why don't we have our first competitor, Jenny, right?
Yes. Can my judges hear and see me okay? Thank you. Oh my God, this dumpling is delicious. Oh, yes, I'd love to order more. Can I have the xiaolongbao soup dumplings? Oh, and add the shenqiaobiao pan fried dumplings too. Ma, why did you order fried rice? That's a white person dish. Forget about the whitewash food. The dumplings here are great, but I personally think that the ones you make at home are like a million times better. Ma and I love drinking our dumpling soup. Oh, and we always have a race to see who can drink it first. Mom, I finished before you. Oh, no. You still has some soup left. And then after we would just eat more and more until our stomachs got so full we wouldn't be able to walk the next day. Memories like these, they always radiate my day. And this was my mom before she was tired and anxious all the time, when she was still her old self, drinking this dumpling soup with me. Mental health issues exist in all cultures, especially for Asian Americans. Originating from America's discrimination towards Asians, our emotional distress is further exacerbated by Eurocentric mental health services. Simply put, therapy is white. From limited English proficiency, different conceptualizations of stress, to limited culturally competent services, this is white supremacy, guised in an attempt to support distressed Asian Americans. My family shouldn't feel trapped in wanting to seek mental health services. We need to create a culturally inviting landscape in the mental health sector. This story seeks to shed light on the all too real reality of the Asian American mental health crisis, as we cannot afford to suffer in silence any longer. The Surprising Power of a Good Dumpling by Y. Chin. I absolutely love making dumplings, and dumplings, they're a great social connector because so many cultures have some version of meat wrapped in dough. It's one of the reasons why I love them so much. Plus, they taste so good. And the process of chopping, folding, and steaming, it's like this escape route I have to forget about home. And whenever I make dumplings, I always save the best ones for Ma, especially because she's been struggling to get out of bed recently. Ma, dinner's ready. 晚餐准备好了。Ma? Ma, 你可以起来吗？有饺子在楼下。There's some dumplings downstairs. My little brother Michael asks how Ma is. Oh, sleeping. Don't worry about her. Let's just put some dumplings in the fridge for her, okay? Michael. His little bowl cut makes his brown eyes look even bigger. He's so precious, and sometimes it hurts my heart that he has a Ma like this. Hey, you eat, Michael. Don't let your food get cold. I'm so grateful for little things like warm, nourishing soup and a silly little brother. Michael, I'm just gonna grab in some soup from the kitchen, okay? The kitchen feels sacred, where I can forget about family issues and instead make the most delicious dumplings. Dumplings remind me of Mom when she was up and running every day, when we would go to the restaurant and order every dumpling on the menu. This soup is so warm. Here, Michael, try some. Michael asks why Ma never comes down for dinner anymore. Oh, Michael, well, Ma, she's just tired, that's all. No, there's nothing wrong with Ma. I think sometimes it's just a bit too much for her. She'll be out of bed soon, okay? She always comes back. Okay, let me tell you this. If you stay super patient, I'll make you 5 dumplings, okay? Okay. What's that noise? Ma? Ma? Ma, open the door. Wait, unlock this. Ma, why are you screaming? 怎么回事？为什么你在喊？ Anna, he won't believe. I tell you what's happened and he won't believe it. I tried to go to sleep to hear someone else in my window, and then he shouts, and I hear nothing else. And then he say that I'm no good, and then I'm bad mother, and that you and Michael hates me. Ma, stop, there isn't a man outside. May you eat your inside wine, and you're just hallucinating. Ma, please, you're not making sense. And he said, he find you, Anna, and to take you away. And then I tried to find you, Anna, but every room empty, and you know what, and home. And then I hear your voice, Anna, and then I can't see you, but I hear your voice, and you shouting back, Ma, 不要这样的想，我们一个人都没有，我在这里，现在这里，可以看见我的眼睛吗？外面一个人都没有，你可以看见我的眼睛吗？And your voice, and you get louder, and louder, and then I can't find you, Anna, and I want to find you, but you know what, and home, but then you see this van coming. This big black van coming closer, and the man want to put you and Michael in van with him, and he's right behind you. Push away. Drink water. This is the first time that she's ever acted like this. I mean, ever had a hallucination. And it hurts so much to see your own mom act like this. I mean, act delusional, and to see that some other personality has control over her. But she's not really like this. I mean, she stole my ma, and she stole someone who loves dumplings and races to drink dumpling soup with me. And every time I see her depression take over her, I just start to worry that the old side of her is slowly disappearing, and so that this monster is taking over her, and I just, Ma, 你可以看见我的眼睛吗？为什么不像以前了呢？ Ma, I miss you. And even after all those times you've ignored me, I still want to be with you. The memories we had at the restaurant, all those memories before things changed. I know we can still have days like that back. Racing to eat dumplings. Ma, listen to me. I love you. And no matter what you hear, no matter what those bad things in your head say, just know that I'll always be here for you. We'll fight the bad things together. Me and you. Because we are family.
Is everybody ready for our second competitor? Okay, that would be Sam.
Hi, can you see and hear me?
Yeah.
Would I be able to get 2 down for time signals if possible? No way.
Yeah, I can do that. 2 minutes left, right?
Yeah, so like a 2 at 8, 1 at 9, and then a fist at 10.
Okay, I can do that.
Thank you. Ready whenever then? Sounds good, thank you. Woo! Hello and welcome to my holiday ritual. It begins with an early Christmas special and ends with Dick Clark's Rockin' Eve. I watch by myself, alone, with a glass of eggnog. You ever notice how the characters on Christmas specials never have family? I mean, Rudolph, a loner. Charlie Brown has a whole party without his parents. Those elves, they may have had a social network going on, but they did not have a family. I mean, I'm sure they had a family. It's implied. People assume I have a family. It's implied. So, how'd I end up this way? One word, homosexuality. Or, as my sister likes to put it, 3 words. That queer thing. In a world filled with hatred and division, our family should be a safe haven. However, for many LGBTQ plus youth, that is not the case, as the Human Rights Campaign states that over 25% of LGBTQ plus youth are afraid to come out to their family out of fear of rejection. In this story, we meet a young man who comes out to his family on what's supposed to be the happiest day of the year, Christmas. However, we quickly learn why so many are afraid to come out. Looking Like Christmas by Jason Sheets. For 20 years, I was the straightest man in Wichita. Sure, there were hints. When my friends had sleepover parties, we'd all
Do we want to wait for him to reconnect and then have him start from the beginning?
I'm fine with that, whether he starts from the beginning or right after the intro.
Yeah, I agree.
Works for me.
Sam, can you hear us? You disconnected at some point during your speech a little bit after the intro. And so we're wondering if you wouldn't mind, we'll get, I mean, it's really up to you. If you wouldn't mind either starting from the beginning or maybe right after your intro, just because we've had you disconnected for probably the last 2 or 3 minutes.
Oh, that is my bad. I didn't even realize.
No, just a technical.
Would I be able to go from the beginning? I feel like that.
Sure. Fine by us. Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Let me just, would you give me 1 second just to find out like what made me disconnect so like it doesn't happen again?
Of course. Take your time.
Thank you. I'm just closing all the rest of my tabs. All right, that should work, but we'll see what happens. So yeah, I'll just take it from the beginning. And could I have another 2 down? Thank you.
Of course.
And again, sorry for the technical difficulties.
No worries. Good luck.
Ready whenever then? Perfect. Woo! Hello and welcome to my holiday ritual. It begins with an early Christmas special and ends with Dick Clark's Rockin' Eve. I watch by myself, alone, with a glass of eggnog. You ever notice how the characters on Christmas specials never have family? I mean, Rudolph, a loner. Charlie Brown has a whole party without his parents. Those elves, they may have had a social network going on, but they did not have a family. I mean, I'm sure they had a family. It's implied. People assume I have a family. It's implied. So, how did I end up this way? One word, homosexuality. Or, as my sister likes to put it, 3 words. That queer thing. In a world filled with hatred and division, our family should be a safe haven. However, for many LGBTQ plus youth, that is not the case. As the Human Rights Campaign states that over 25% of LGBTQ plus youth are afraid to come out to their families out of fear of rejection. In this story, we meet a young man who comes out to his family on what's supposed to be the happiest day of the year, Christmas. However, we quickly learn why so many are afraid to come out. Looking Like Christmas by Jason Sheets. For 20 years, I was the straightest man in Wichita. Sure, there were hints. When my friends had sleepover parties, we'd all sneak a look at Playboy, and everyone else was mesmerized. They'd all go, whoa! Whoa. So I'd go, whoa. But I never really understood what all the wowing was about. When Die Hard was big, everyone loved it. When Bruce Willis kicked some ass, I liked it. When that ass kicking required him taking his shirt off. So the thoughts were there. But that's all they were. Thoughts. In college, I hid it. I was too busy. It was always something else. A paper, a party, an intramural basketball game. Anything but the topic of romance. Anything but that. But then I met someone. Not just anyone. The someone. In my first year at the office, Tom asked me out for drinks. And who knows, maybe it wasn't a date at first, but as the seasons changed from autumn to winter to spring, I knew. So when Tom said he loved me, I had no problem loving back. Well, one problem, my family would be stunned. They would call a therapist, a priest, and my old high school prom date simultaneously to plot
I'm gonna suggest, I don't know how other people feel, but maybe I'm assuming he's gonna rejoin at some point, but we want to continue
Agreed.
with the rest of our speakers, and then we'll have
Mhm.
him try again at the end, and hopefully we'll be able to watch the rest of it.
Yeah, I'm with that.
Yeah.
Emma, are you here?
Yes.
Great.
Okay. Judges, I was wondering if I could get a 2 down at the start of my piece. Okay, great. Thank you. Are all of my judges ready? This is where it starts. In bedroom 5 on the east side of the pink house, 17 Swan Street. As good as bad of a setting as any, I suppose, for a story like this one. 4 hangers, 4 towels, 4 shelves, 4 magnets on a whiteboard. I have moved into bedroom 5, 17 Swan Street. My name is Anna. I am a dancer. I am a constant daydreamer. I believe in the taste of juicy strawberries in June. Quiet mornings make me happy. The dusk makes me blue. I like gray and foggy cities. I believe in the rich taste of rich vanilla ice cream dripping stickily from a cone. I believe in love. I am madly in love, and I am madly loved. I have books to read, places to see, and birthday cakes to taste, so what am I still doing here? Dancers. We are seen as entertainment. We are, in other words, just another halftime show. Except our crowd never sees the dark reality into the world of dance. Choreographer Benjamin Millipede once said that most dancers have no awareness of how they look. There are eating disorders in the ballet world. As a dancer for nearly 12 years, I can tell you that many people I have spoken to have been through the same journey as Anna and our story is going through. Because dance is portrayed by the media to be a creative outlet when, in reality, dance can teach your sons and your daughters to be ashamed of themselves. The Girls at 17 Swan Street by Yara Ziget. I am 26 years old, but my body feels 62. So does my brain, because both are tired, both are always in pain. My eyes, green like my mother's, are sunk so deep in their sockets that no makeup will ever fill the craters. I once had lovely eyelashes. I'd always like those. My collarbones, ribs, kneecaps, and streamer-like thin blue veins peek through paper-thin skin. My skin, the largest organ of my body, has been more decorative than functional lately. I once had lips and breasts, but those shrank months ago, along with my thighs and my liver, my behind. I don't laugh very often anymore. Very little is ever funny to me, and when I do, it sounds different. I don't recognize the girl or the reality that I just described to you. I check in with my therapist as she hands me a questionnaire. Sadness, check. Hopelessness, check. Anxiety, check, check, and check. Concerns about my weight and feeling fat, check and check. She tells me the diagnosis is anorexia, the restricting type. No, I do not suffer from anorexia. I have anorexia. The two states are not the same. I know my anorexia and I understand it better than the world around me. The world around me is obese because meals are oversized and overpriced and everything is covered with that high fructose corn syrup. My body does not know what it needs. I make that decision for it. In a world where we are overcrowded, but we are lonely, I will choose my anorexia every single time. I can control it. I run for 80 minutes a day. I build strength for another 20. I keep that calorie intake below 800 calories. I wake up every morning and I look at the number on the scale and I cry. And so I get up and I look in the mirror and I can't help but see fat everywhere. So I get up the next morning and the routine continues. Longer showers, longer naps, don't eat. People like you tell me that I have a problem. Everyone thinks that there is something wrong with me. I do not have a problem. I just have to lose a little bit of weight. And looking back, I wish that there were signs. I wish that there were signs that told me that I was going away from the happily ever after road. Those foods that I slowly stopped eating. Those dresses that I slowly stopped putting on. They were too big and I had nowhere to wear them anyway. The pictures of me and my husband that looked less and less like me, that I refused to see it. I refused to realize that something wasn't right. I realize now that there is nothing strange about the road to 17 Swan Street. Hundreds of girls with eating disorders have taken it before me. Girls like me who don't wait for the signs that say, warning! You're going to die, but instead, girls like me get the phrases, no thank you, I'm not hungry today. No, I'm gonna go out for a run. No, finish your dinner, sweetheart. Don't wait up on me. Thank you, but I'm sadly allergic to chocolate, nuts, gluten, and dairy, and I don't eat meat. I'm a vegetarian. Your hair will start to fall out. Your nails will fall out too. Everything will hurt and you will always be cold. You wake up one morning and as you get over the scale, you realize that you've hit that goal weight, 88 pounds. But that's when the reality sets in. I am 26 years old and 88 pounds. You know, when I moved in here at 17 Swan Street, they told me there were certain phrases that I wasn't allowed to use. I wasn't allowed to talk about the calories or the weight or my feelings. If someone came up to me and asked, "How are you today, Anna?" I must say, "I'm struggling today." When in reality, all I want to say is that I feel fat. I feel worthless. To you, I have to say I'm struggling. I don't have any psychiatric illnesses to share with you. Those skeletons in my closet that you keep telling me to pull out were never there in the first place. I'm just a girl who is scared. I'm just a girl who is a little particular about what she eats. I am just a little bit underweight. Thank you very much for judging today.
So are we ready for our next competitor? Yeah, that would be Penelope, right?
Yes. Hello. Before I begin, can I confirm that all my judges can see and hear me all right from where I'm standing? I need to adjust anything or I'm okay. Wonderful. And do y'all need a minute to reset, or are you okay if I begin? Wonderful. Well, this is different. You'll excuse my disheveled appearance, I hope. Not what one would expect from a prosperous New Haven leader, let alone a general of the colonial army. Nor is a snowbound wilderness trail an ideal location to receive guests, but then I seldom have visitors. It's been a while. Centuries, in fact, since anyone's cared to company with the likes of me. It was different once. Once they called me a hero of the revolution. Revolution. Take a long look at that word. A good general examines the ground in front of him before entering into battle. The enemy has set a trap for you. Do you see it? You're taught to think of revolution in terms of progress, in terms of steady movement forwards, but revolution, the movement isn't progressive. It's circular, like the wheel of a cart or the head of a screw, Destiny's coin, flipping in midair, turning and turning. The wheel turns, but in the end, it always comes back to the same place. Benedict Arnold, a man whose name has become synonymous with the word traitor, ranked by most historians as the #1 traitor in American history. He sold the British the plans for the defense of West Point and switched sides during the Revolutionary War. That much we know. What we don't know is why. Many have ventured possible guesses, some of them nice, some of them not so. What else do we not know? Does he regret his decision? Does he know what America has become without him, in spite of him? Has he ever truly paid for his crimes, and where is he now? All the answers and more in Revolution by Steve Dubois. All the contents of my soldier's pack scattered here in the snow. It's not in my nature to be so disorganized. Whatever you think of me, no, I did nothing without a reason. The Revolution. Well, no man can say we weren't provoked. Imagine it. You sail your vessel to the West Indies with a cargo purchased on credit. Your skills and your nerve have been the making of you, and the profit awaits. But there stands a man in his finery, with a smirk on his face and a stamp in his hand. He waits to assess the value of your goods and take a tenth of it for himself and for his king. CB toe to Q. That was my motto and trade, for myself and for all. For all, of course, I was ever get to serve, but there's a contract to it. Do you see an equal exchange? This man, with his stamp and his smooth, uncalloused hands, what has he risked? Was it any wonder we rose in revolution, ho? And don't think I don't know what you've made of your legendary founding fathers. Franklin, the icon of enlightenment and reason, Washington, the living god, and Hamilton, the rap musician. I still can't make heads or tails of that one, but while they were off bickering and jabbering away in Philadelphia, I took action. In the fall of '75, I embarked on my most ambitious enterprise amid winter invasion of Canada, and it almost worked. Imagine that. Provisions or reinforcements. Shot twice through the same leg and sent packing back to the south, fighting off the British at every turn. Blood in the snow. My own. And that of my brave boys. You know, a month earlier, Congress had called me the American Hannibal, and now they condemned me to glory hunter. So be it. In war, we must all endure loss. I accepted Congress's scorn. I accepted their demotion as a subordinate to that adolescent imbecile Gates at Saratoga. And while he sat in his tent talking politics with a captured British officer, we broke the British lines, charging the redoubts on horseback at the head of my troops straight forward into the cannon fire. We won the war that day! Every ounce of liberty you enjoy, you owe to me! And to those brave boys, but I never saw the victory. A volley of musket fire brought down my horse. Right on that same dead leg, can you believe that? Shattered it. Like ice under a hammer. Those my charge, the charge that won America's liberty, had been unauthorized. What would you do? Because I had sacrificed everything. My fortune, our family, my goddamn leg, for Christ's sake! And I've been undermined at every turn by men who never so much as lifted a musket! By those schemers, those speechifiers, those slave-holding champions of liberty! CB Tokyo for others and for myself! And I had spent too much time underneath the wheel. Just being ground underneath it. It was time for things to turn. So yes, I did it. I switched sides. I sold the British the plans for the defense of West Point, and I sold them all the boys who had bled, died at my command. I sold their sacrifice, all the men who had praised my courage, defended my honor in the corridors of Power Schuyler, Washington. I saw their faith in me and I made them look like fools. My honor, the respect of my countrymen, my eternal reputation, I sold it all. From traitor to soldier to traitor, again round and round goes the wheel. I went into exile and into infamy, and I went to my deathbed expecting hell, and I woke up here. And maybe this is hell, because every day I wake up on this freezing trail and I hoist my burden and I limp onwards, just as my boys did in the winter of '75. I am fated to know all that occurs in the nation I left behind, but of my ultimate destination, I have no idea. Every morning, I wake up to find that the wheel has come back to the same place again, a never-ending revolution, an eternal reminder that no man may escape the circle of his character. I deserve this! I don't deny that. But it is not all that I deserve. I was a traitor, yes, but it is not all that I was. Pleasant diversion this has been, but if you'll excuse me, I have a long walk ahead. Thank you so much. If it's possible for me to get a confirmation of my time, please.
I got 9:53.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
So are we ready for the next competitor? Yeah, okay, so that would be Jocelyn.
Can you see and hear me all right? Great. No time signals for me today. And I'm ready whenever you are. Get up, lazy bones! It's peace day! Rushing like a whirlwind into the kitchen, Sadako cried, "Oh, mother, I can hardly wait to go to the carnival. Can we please hurry up?" Sadako-chan, you are 11 years old and should know better. You must not call it a carnival. It is a Memorial Day. You must show respect. Your own grandmother was killed that awful day when the atom bomb was dropped on our city. But I do respect Oba-chan. I pray for her spirit every morning. It's just that I'm so happy today. Let's hurry up so we won't miss anything. As a matter of fact, it is time for our prayers now. The Sasaki family gathered around the little altar shelf. Oba-chan's picture was there in a gold frame. Mr. Sasaki prayed that the spirits of their ancestors were happy and peaceful. He gave thanks for his barbershop. He gave thanks for his fine children. and he prayed that his family would be protected from the atom bomb disease called leukemia. This is our cry. This is our prayer. Peace in the world. Amidst Russia's attack on Ukraine and its civilians, the world is reminded of the horrors of war and the privilege of peace. Just this weekend, I passed by the Ukraine embassy in DC. In a show of support, hundreds of paper cranes were hung up outside of its buildings. This Japanese tradition calls for hope as well as peace and started from Sadako's true life experiences. As she battles the effects of the World War II Hiroshima attack on Japan, she folds paper cranes in order to find hope and beauty in life. Even years later, her message continues to pass on and is an urgent reminder to the whole world about the dire consequences of war on its civilians and generations after. This is a call for peace in Ukraine. Sadako and 1,000 Paper Cranes by Eleanor Kaur. The next morning, the Sasaki family joined crowds of people as they came to their shrine. Mrs. Sasaki looked beautiful in her best flowered silk kimono. As soon as we can afford it, I'll buy you a kimono just for you. A girl your age should have one. Sadako thanked her mother politely, but she didn't care about a kimono. She only cared about racing in the team in junior high. See, Sadako was born to be a runner. Her mother always said that Sadako had learned to run before she could walk. And it was in the beginning of autumn when Sadako rushed home and came with the good news. She kicked off her shoes and opened the door with a bang. I'm home. I have the most wonderful news. The best thing happened today. The big race on field day. I've been chosen to be on the relay race team. Just think, if we win. And that was what Sadako wanted more than anything else. And so from then on, Sadako thought of only one thing, the relay race. She practiced every day at school and ran all the way home. I will be the best runner in the whole school. But sometimes after a long run, it was then that she first felt strange and dizzy. But Sadako decided not to tell her family about it. And at last, the big day had arrived. Sadako was so nervous, she was afraid her legs wouldn't work at all. Just do your best, and we would be proud of you. The kind words from her parents made the knot in her stomach loosen a little. At the signal to start, Sadako forgot everything but the race. When it was her turn, the dizziness returned, but she ran with all the strength she had. She tried to convince herself that it meant nothing, that the dizziness would go away, but it didn't. It got worse, and suddenly everything seemed to whirl around her, and she sank to the ground. I guess I'm just tired. When she tried to stand up, her legs went wobbly and she fell down again. At the hospital, Sadako could hear the murmur of her parents. She could hear her mother cry, "Leukemia! But that's impossible." At the sound of the frightening words, Sadako put her hands over her ears. She didn't want to hear it anymore. Of course she didn't have the atom bomb disease. Why, the atom bomb hadn't even touched her. Do I really have the atom bomb disease? The doctors just want to make some tests. That is all. They might keep you here for a few weeks. A few weeks? To Sadako, it sounded like years. She would miss graduation into junior high, and even worse, she would not be a part of the racing team. Sadako swallowed hard and tried not to cry. Her mother smiled mysteriously as she held something behind her back. I figured out a way to get you well. Watch. It was a gold paper origami crane. Don't you know the old story about the crane? It's supposed to live for 1,000 years. If a sick person folds it, For 1,000 paper cranes, the gods will grant her a wish and make her healthy again. I'll never part with it. Now I only have 999 to make. With the gold crane nearby, she felt safe and lucky. Why, in a few weeks, she would be able to finish 1,000 and then she would be strong enough to go home. And after visiting hours, it was lonely in the hospital room. So lonely that Sadako folded more cranes to keep up her courage. 11, I wish I get better. 12, I wish I get better. 398, I wish I get better. 399, I wish I get better. 463, I wish I get better. I'm going to die, aren't I? Of course not. Come, and let me see you fold another paper crane before you go to sleep. After you finish 1,000 birds, you live to be an old lady. Sadako tried hard to believe that. She carefully folded cranes and made the same wish. 464, 541, but she was too tired to make more. The next morning, Mrs. Sasaki handed Sadako a big box with gold wrapping paper and a red ribbon. Inside was something her mother had always wanted for her, a silk kimono with cherry blossoms on it. Sadako felt hot tears on her cheeks. Why did you do it? I'll never be able to wear it, and silk costs so much money. Sadako-chan, your mother stayed up late last night trying to finish it. Try it on for her. With a great effort, Sadako lifted herself out of the bed, and Mrs. Sasaki helped her put on the kimono and tie the sash. Everyone agreed that she looked like a princess in the kimono. Mrs. Sasaki could not speak. She took her daughter's hand and held it tightly. Don't give up now, Sadako-chan. You only have a few hundred more paper cranes to make. I will get better, and someday I'll race like the wind. She fumbled with the piece of paper. Her fingers were too clumsy to fold it. I can't even make a paper crane. When her parents left, they looked almost tearful. And before she went to sleep, she managed to fold one more paper crane. I remember the atomic bomb. There was 1,000 prickles of light, and it felt like 1,000,000 heat of sun blinding my eyes. 644. That was the last paper crane she ever made. This is our cry. This is our prayer. Peace in the world.
So are we ready for the next competitor? Yeah, okay. So Olivia, right?
Hi, can everyone see and hear me clearly? Okay. Call me Ishmael. I won't answer to it because it's not my name, but it makes a much more agreeable sentence than what I'd originally written, which was about how I ran into my gynecologist at Starbucks. Totally looked right past me like she didn't even notice me. And so I stood there wondering whether this is something she does to make clients feel less uncomfortable, or if she genuinely did not recognize me without my vagina. When I say without my vagina, I don't mean like I didn't have it with me at the time. I just wasn't, displaying it at Starbucks. That was probably understood. Okay, so just to clarify, I always have my vagina with me. It's like my American Express card. And that I never leave home without it. Not that I use it to buy stuff. Life can be pretty awkward, but having an anxiety disorder takes awkwardness to a whole new level. And let's pretend this never happened. Jenny Lawson stumbles her way through life, able to recognize her anxiety, but also laugh in retrospect about the situations she's found herself in because of it. Let's pretend by Jenny Lawson. People with anxiety are often labeled as shy or quiet, or that girl that probably buries bodies in her basement. I've never actually ever heard someone refer to me as the latter. I just assume that's what people are always thinking because, well, paranoia is a common side effect of anxiety disorder. Personally, I always labeled myself as socially awkward and reassured myself that lots of perfectly normal people just don't like talking in public. And that's true. Unfortunately, it's also true that my fear pushes slightly past the land of perfectly normal and well into the desert of paralyzing pathological handicap. I'll blurt something out to fill the awkward silence, but for some reason, the part of my brain that doesn't have a filter can only think about necrophilia. And then the part of my brain that does have a filter understands that necrophilia is never an appropriate topic and yells, necrophilia is bad. And then I start panicking and explaining why necrophilia is bad. And honestly, I feel sorry for those people. Not just because they have to witness that train wreck, but also, who's going to disagree with the evils of necrophilia? Nobody. That's who. That's probably why just around this time, people slowly back away to join any other conversation. And I end up standing alone and talking to myself, which is awesome. Because if there's anything less weird than a girl at a cocktail party talking to other people about sex with dead people, it's a girl at a cocktail party talking about the exact same thing but by herself. This is why whenever I see disheveled people on the street screaming about nothing in particular, about how the bears are evil masterminds, I immediately assume that years earlier they found themselves at a dinner party discussing the same topic, terrified themselves into a complete mental breakdown, and everyone just kind of wandered away. I try to nod or add something into the conversation, but then my husband always pulls me away, lecturing about the dangers of provoking strangers. You would think Victor would be just a little bit more sympathetic, since he's actually been there to witness the emotional devastation I leave behind when forced to mingle. Case in point, this weekend, my husband took me to a Halloween dinner party for his coworkers. I'd reminded him beforehand that this was a terrible mistake, but he patted my leg and assured me that I'd be fine. This is the same way he reassured our cat right before we had it euthanized. It was not reassuring. We were dressed up as Craig and Ariana, the Spartan cheerleaders from Saturday Night Live. And I thought it was a pretty iconic pop culture reference. And then our babysitter arrived and had no idea who we were. Come on, you know this? I may have shrieked a little bit. And then that's when my husband pulled my arm because, well, that's how we lost our first babysitter. I tried to clear my mind on the way to the party. And as we walked up the driveway, I whispered to Victor, by the way, I'm not wearing any underwear. I'm not trying to seduce you. I'm just trying to let you know so that you'd be aware. And then Victor started shaking a little bit, which had me worried because only one of us is allowed to have a panic attack tonight, and I had already called dibs. I looked through the beveled glass door of Victor's boss's house and recognized people. None of them are in costume. The man looks at us strangely, which I thought was rather rude for a host, so I blurted out, you know, the Spartans, Saturday Night Live. And then Victor explained that we were here for the party and that apparently we read the invitation wrong because we thought it was a costume party. There's no party here. I assumed that this was just his way of getting rid of us. But then Victor pulled out the invitation and the man pointed out that we were on North Cleveland Street and we needed to be on South Cleveland Street. So I blurted out, very relieved, oh, thank Christ. And then the man looked at me oddly again. Probably because he's an atheist who doesn't understand how relieved to God I was that I hadn't just dragged my husband to a dinner party wearing a cheerleading costume when really it was business casual attire. A few minutes later, Victor and I arrived at the proper address, and he gave me a list of things to not talk about. Divorce, death, heroin, politics, sex, cancer, and nothing about sex, vaginas, or necrophilia. He'd actually been there for those two. Or ninjas, or about how your great-great-great-uncle murdered your great-great-great-aunt with a hammer. Truthfully, it would have been difficult to get a word into the conversation, dominated by a man dressed as John McCain, who launched into a tirade about how Obama's coming to steal all of our guns. But that's when everything started to get fuzzy, because I was explicitly warned not to talk about politics. After a moment, I blurted out, one time I got stabbed in the face by a serial killer. And even more unsettling was the fact that I was able to utter the baffling non sequitur in the most completely serious and nonchalant fashion, as if people just got stabbed in the face by serial killers all the time. Victor tries to change the subject, but then everyone notices the scar on your face, and honestly, there is no putting a lid on an open serial killer story. I took a deep breath and explained that I had simply fallen asleep watching a documentary about serial killers, and something must have just stuck with me. I was getting chased by the Night Stalker, wielding a large knife, and he stabbed me in the face. This is where people always laugh politely. It's also where I should stop telling the story, but of course, I didn't stop. Victor wakes up and my face covered in blood, and he's all like, what the? And I'm like, I know, right? And Victor jumps up and unsheathes his sword and runs brandishing his sword after the Night Stalker. When I say that Victor unsheathed his sword, I didn't mean his penis. Yeah, Victor wasn't running down the hall after a serial killer with his penis out. That would be ridiculous. Then I was terrified. That what if everything that happens to me in my dreams could actually happen to me in reality? So I could potentially wake up wearing a dress made out of pickles. About a week later, Victor and I were lying in bed when suddenly I heard this scratching noise coming right above the wall. And it sounded like a knife scraping deliberately down the wall. I was paralyzed with fear, but I slowly looked up. And that's when I saw the gigantic ass of my cat. Yeah, it turns out that our fat cat was trying to perch itself on the tiny little window ledge right above our headboard, but he couldn't quite get his back leg onto the ledge, and so he was clawing, trying to get his footing, but then he lost his footing. And that's when I found out what was happening, and that's why 10 years later, I have the scar. Yeah, Victor made me leave never take me to a dinner party again. But I pointed out that the party was kind of a win. Victor says we have different definitions of what a win is. Thank you.
All right, folks. Sam, are you still here?
I am. I'm back.
Okay.
I'm sorry for the Wi-Fi issues. My school, I had to cut their Wi-Fi out in the middle of my speech.
Oh no, the worst timing. Well, we're glad that you're back. And we would love to see the rest of your piece. So if the rest of the judges are ready, you can go ahead and get started whenever you'd like. And you still want to two down?
Yeah, should I just start over from the beginning again?
Whatever you're most comfortable with.
All right, I'm probably gonna start from the beginning because I kind of forget where I left
Great.
off. So two down still. Thank you.
Perfect.
Hopefully, third time's a charm. Woo! Hello and welcome to my holiday ritual. It begins with an early Christmas special and ends with Dick Clark's Rockin' Eve. I watch by myself, alone, with a glass of eggnog. You ever notice how the characters on Christmas specials never have a family? I mean, Rudolph, a loner. Charlie Brown has a whole party without his parents. Those elves, they may have had a social network going on, but they did not have a family. I mean, I'm sure they had a family. It's implied. People assume I have a family. It's implied. So, how would I end up this way? One word, homosexuality. Or, as my sister likes to put it, 3 words. That queer thing. In a world filled with hatred and division, our family should be a safe haven. However, for many LGBTQ plus youth, that is not the case. As the Human Rights Campaign states that over 25% of LGBTQ plus youth are afraid to come out to their families out of fear of rejection. In this story, we meet a young man who comes out to his family on what's supposed to be the happiest day of the year, Christmas. However, we quickly learn why so many are afraid to come out. Looking Like Christmas by Jason Sheets. For 20 years, I was the straightest man in Wichita. Sure, there were hints. When my friends had sleepover parties, we'd all sneak a look at Playboy, and everyone else was mesmerized. They'd all go, whoa! Whoa! So I'd go, whoa. But I never really understood what all the whoa-ing was about. When Die Hard was big, everyone loved it. When Bruce Willis kicked some ass, I liked it. When that ass kicking required him taking his shirt off. So the thoughts were there, but that's all they were. Thoughts. In college, I hid it. I was too busy. It was always something else. A paper, a party, an intramural basketball game. Anything but the topic of romance. Anything but that. But then I met someone, not just anyone, the someone. My first year at the office, Tom asked me out for drinks, and who knows, maybe it wasn't a date at first, but as the season changed from autumn to winter to spring, I knew. So when Tom said he loved me, I had no problem loving back. Well, one problem, my family would be stumped. They would call a therapist, a priest, and my high school prom date simultaneously to plot a conversion. It would be hell. So, when I got started to tell my family, 28 months later, I decided to do it with style. Pizzazz. Christmas dinner. Extended family and all. You know, I wasn't going for the shock factor. I just would be damned if I had to give the whole stage twice. Dinner opened as planned. Mom fixes ham potatoes, Dad says grace, sister simply had a fat content, and Grandma states that it's good to have the family together. And off begins another Christmas at the Angel Arms. I was ready. Okay, everyone, I wanted to tell you something. I know that you said I should get out more, but I wanted to say that I met someone. Actually, we've been dating for almost 3 years now. His name is Tom. Stop. Freeze frame. You know, you learn in science class that 0 degrees Kelvin, all motion ceases. Yeah. 0 degrees Kelvin, wait at that dinner table. Then things start to happen in slow motion. Dad gives me a look like he should have played more football with me as a kid. Mom stares into space, and my sisters, they look like I just stole their boyfriends. Yet, no. But then my dad says that this is no time for sick jokes. And Grandpa says he's not listening to this and leaves. Dinner continues. Silent, voiceless. And yet, speaking volumes. Later that night, I meet up with Dad in the living room. He's always been the spokesperson for my family, and I was sure he would be for this too. Do you love him? Does he love you? Son, you pulled the rug out from under me. What do you want me to say? That I'm happy? I'm not. You've chosen a difficult lifestyle. I know. It's not a choice. Maybe it is. But son, you forced a choice onto me. My Bible says that this is wrong. So I can accept you and reject my Bible, or accept my Bible and reject you. Do you understand what you're forcing on this family? You know, I knew that this was going to be difficult. You know, I knew that. But I never dreamed of the horror of that night. You know, growing up, my dad told me one thing above all else. Never turn your back on the Lord. And you know, that's what he chose to follow that night. Not turn his back on the Lord meant the entire family turning their backs on me. I never went back to that house. I mean, sure, I drove past, but I never went back. You know, at least there was one person who hadn't turned his back on me yet. But he did. 3 weeks later, yeah, he said he didn't envision a future for us. So, that's how I'm here. Uniquely myself. Uniquely alone. I mean, yeah, we've got support meetings. Meetings to make us feel like we're not alone. But you know, we are alone. Often reduced to just two emotions: numbness and rage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for a great round. Thank you for your patience as well with the technical difficulties. And congratulations once again on breaking finals. Good luck with the rest of your seasons.
Thank you so much for judging.
Thanks for judging.
Thank you for judging.
Thank you so much for
Wonderful
job, everybody.
Well, welcome those of you who are here for the drama final. As we wait to get started, if competitors, if you can drop piece titles and authors in the chat, that would be wonderful. Judges, since we're all here, does someone want to chair the round?
I don't mind to chair, but you also have already introduced, so you can, if you want to take Becky, I'm not going to argue.
I mean, I'm happy to do it if no one else desperately wants to.
Not a person that needs much control, so I'm okay with doing whatever. I've got my ballot and I can control that.
Oliver, since you are here, I am assuming you would like to do your DI before heading to humor.
I am fourth speaker in that round, so I wouldn't mind staying in the order of second speaker, but if there are other competitors that would like to go, I'm totally okay with that.
All right, awesome. You should be good for second speaker then.
Thank you.
Katie, am I correct that no spectators are allowed in room? They have to watch through the... Okay. Yeah, it's like, I believe it's judges and competitors only in the room, and it looks like we are just waiting on Abby.
We can go ahead and start, even if we're still waiting for one competitor. That way we don't have to push everyone behind.
All right. First and foremost, congratulations to you all for making it to the final round of the TOC. Not an easy thing to do. And I know I am not the only judge who is really, really excited to watch this round. So, all right. And I know that, okay, Abby is now here. Awesome. Abby, if you can throw piece title and author in the chat, that would be great. And if you are not a judge or a competitor, please leave the round and watch the live stream via via UKTOC, observers are not allowed in the round itself.
Hi,
Right.
I'm Abigail. Sorry, I just put my title in the chat.
Thanks, Abby. You're good. All right. Congratulations are done. That means we are up to our first speaker. So, Maz, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you all hear and see me okay?
I sure can.
In regards to time signals, could I just have a 2 down, please? Thank you so much.
I'll be your time signal, so you might need to pin me.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you so much.
Whenever you're ready.
Sammy, my son, he had been playing in the garden. There have been no bombs for 2 days. I thought it'd be all right. You see, he was a child and he wanted to play in the garden with his friends, so I could not say no. No, because he was a boy. A boy who wanted to play. I heard the whistle first and I ran outside. That was a loud explosion. It was loud and the sky ripped open. The refugee crisis around the world continues to get worse, specifically in the Middle East. The population of these countries go through the unimaginable, and to escape, they must take the unimaginable one step further. Nuri, a Syrian man on a mission to find a new home, expresses his suffering at the hands of a broken nation, but more importantly, the wounds that they leave behind. Through Nuri, we see just how much these people need our help before there's none left to give. The Beekeeper of Aleppo, by Christine Leftieri. You see, I wish to make it to England. To see, to stay in the UK as a refugee, you must be unable to live safely in any part of your own country because you fear persecution there. like a little boy, I make a wish to the blue sky. You see, I wish to make it to England. And I let that wish, fill my mind. I imagine the black bees and the hives. You see, I will find a way. Istanbul is where I met Muhammad. I held out my hand and he shook it like a little man. Nice to meet you, Muhammad. I am Nuri. You see, the boy, he always looked up at me again. He constantly checked to see what I was. I think I made him feel safe. It was a cold night, and apparently another NGO vessel was coming to pick us up, to take us to another island. Sami, my son, he had been on a boat once. He was afraid, and then he cried, so I picked him up, and I held him in my arms, and I soothed him by pointing out a little fish in the water. See, he was always afraid of the water. Even when he washed his hair, he didn't want to get things in his ears or his eyes. You see, my Sami was a boy of the desert. Him and Muhammad, they were the same age. And if Sami were here, I think they would have been friends. You see, Muhammad, he would have looked after Sami because Sami was a more fearful, more sensitive boy. But Sami would have told Muhammad stories. How he loved to tell stories. On the NGO vessel, Muhammad, he had sat safely next to me. And then there was darkness, and the water continued to rise as more and more men jumped out of the boat. You see, every child was crying except for Muhammad. Now, let's face it, it was serious and determined. There was a moment of darkness, and when the light came back on, he was gone. Muhammad was not on the boat. I scanned the water, the black waves, as far as I could see, and without thinking, I jumped in. Muhammad! 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 No. There was no answer. I didn't want to leave without Muhammad. So I stayed under for as long as I could, feeling my hands in case I should catch something, an arm or a leg. No air left in my lungs. The pressure of death came crashing upon me. I came back up, gasping. But he was gone. No, I can still see Sammy's face. I can see his eyes as he looked up to the sky. I wonder what he felt. What did my son feel when he looked up to the sky? No, I did not kill my son. I did not kill my boy. But did he know I was dead? Now I have a picture of my son lying on a table and nothing can make it fade. I see him every time I close my eyes. I am tired of this world. I try not to think about Sammy, so Muhammad, I wait for him. Yes, I'm still waiting for him. My mind. It's so full of cracks. And I pray for Muhammad, the lost boy who was never even mine. I believe I am unwell. Well, the good news is your brain scans were clear. But from what happened and the information we have from you, Mr. Nouri, we believe you are suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. See, sometimes our bodies can find ways to cope when we are faced with too much to bear. You saw your son die, Mr. Nouri, and maybe something inside you had to shut down. We strongly advise you seek counseling. You see, the thought of leaving this place, it filled me with energy. You know, it gave me hope. But later I found myself scanning children, hoping to see Muhammad among them. Those black eyes, the way they filled with fears and questions. And I realized it is Sammy who escapes my mind. And no matter how hard I try to bring him to life, to conjure an image in I can't. So I know now that Muhammad will not be coming. I understand. I understand that I created him. But the winds, they pick up. And the leaves, they rustle. And there's a chill in the air that gets beneath my skin. And I imagine this tiny figure playing in the shadows of the garden. The memory from it lives on. Huh? As if somehow, in some dark corner of my heart, he had a life of his own. See, I think about the little boy who never existed and how he had filled the black voids that Sammy had left. You see, sometimes we create such powerful illusions so that we don't get lost in the darkness. Name my beautiful boy, cause of death. This broken world.
Thank you very much, Nas. Judges, time was 10:03. And as judges finish up their comments, Oliver, if you would like to get set up, you are welcome to do so. And judges, if I can get a quick thumbs up from you when you are ready to go. Judge Kristen, are you good? All right. Oliver, whenever you're ready, would you like time signals?
No, thank you.
All right.
I was raised by television, my mom, and my grandma. My real dad split when I was 3, and we were on welfare and there were custody issues. It was chaotic. Fortunately, Grandma and Pappy lived across the street. So much of my childhood consisted of staying up late and watching Star Trek. As a young child, I coped with the chaos by imprinting on someone who is most likely to keep their head screwed on when poo-poo hit the fan. The science officer of the USS Enterprise, Mr. Spock. The half-human, half-Vulcan science officer is famous for his ability to repress his emotions and use his logic to get through any kind of unpleasant situation. This is what I need to do to get through. This is how I need to conduct myself. Well, that made me into a weird kid. And according to my therapist, it also made me into a weird grown-up. But somewhere in between of being a weird teenager and my brother and I finally being old enough to be left on our own, my mother started filling in the gap, or the positive male role model. Used to be. In April of 2019, my dad was diagnosed with stage 3 colon cancer. Suddenly, my family and I were swept up in a period of fear and uncertainty. This person who I love and look up to found himself battling a complex and dangerous illness. And while my dad is alive and with me to this day, that experience showed me how strength and love can be powerful tools against fear and grief. There's a lot going on in our world: illness, war, death. But this seemingly simple story reminds us of a powerful and timely sentiment, that moments of profound grief must be met with equally profound love, especially amongst our family, whoever we may call our family. Logical Conclusion by Gary Sizer. So I don't know if it was coincidence or just how things are in my family, but we had this nerdy side to us. Every man my mom brought home was a little bit nerdy. One guy even bragged about having been an extra in Close Encounters of the Third Kind. So I joked with my mom that she really wasn't dating so much as she was auditioning a new science officer for our tiny little enterprise. So we were really excited when she met Dale. He wasn't just our favorite, but also hers. Dale was a middle-aged middle school teacher who taught history and science. Their relationship blossomed, and just when I was reaching the age to move off and go to college, they decided to get married. So when they finally did decide to get married and consolidate households, I was already off at the dorms, coming home between semesters and spring break. So I missed that whole period of slamming doors and saying, "You're not my dad, you can't tell me what to do." We went straight to adult bonding. And it turns out we had a lot in common. Our favorite TV show? Star Trek. Now, Dale was more of a fan of Next Generation, and we often argued the merits of who was cooler, Spock or Commander Data. But Commander Data was manufactured, which made his problems seem a little less real. This was the stuff we bonded over. And another thing we really had in common was that Dale was a huge fan of wordplay and puns. Because he was a teacher, he had this deep, booming voice. So whenever he told a joke, no matter how stupid it was, everyone would listen. Would you like to hear one? Okay. A young lady walks into a bar and she asks the bartender for a double entendre. So he gives it to her. I remember this one time. We were in the basement looking at artifacts of some kind. And, I was really feeling familial. And I said to Dale, I can't call you Dad, but because your name shares the same letters as that word and it sounds like it, I want you to know that every time I say Dale, I mean Dad. And he said, "That'll work." It was the first real positive reinforcement I would receive from a male role model in my life. So I was crushed. Years later, when Dale passed from lung cancer, while he was dying, my wife and I were in North Carolina, and my parents lived in Pennsylvania, and my mom called. We are near the end. It had been dragging on for some time. We knew the end was near. And she said, "I think you should come home. Dale says you need to hurry. He says he's dying to see you." That was just how we worked. So we made it just in time. It was almost like he was hanging on just to see us. And he got his last moments with me. He got his last moments with my brother. He got his last moments with his kids. And he made a request of my mom that he not have a funeral, that he have something called a celebration of life. And he asked me to speak the words at a celebration of life. And of course, I agreed. I remember when that day finally came. Being amazed by how many people were in the audience. I had no idea Dale had made an impact on so many people. His former students, in addition to our extended family. I was their source of strength and comfort for that day. It was up to me to be strong. And so I said what I needed to say, and I did what I needed to do, and I lifted him and praised his name as best as I could, while remaining as stoic as I possibly could. And afterwards, in the parking lot, my mom comes up to me and she hands me this white envelope. And she said, Dale wanted me to give you this after the celebration of life. And inside was a pack of Topps trading cards, each with a portrait of the principal crew of the Starship Enterprise, starting with Captain Kirk, Zulu, Scotty, Bones, Uhura. And the very last card, I love you, Dale.
Thank you, Oliver. Judges' time was 10:05.
May I please be excused from the next round?
You sure may, and best of luck.
Thank you so much. Good luck, competitors. Thank you.
All right. Our next competitor is Abigail.
Hi, can you see and hear me all right, everyone? Perfect.
Sure can. Judges, we good? We got one, wait a second. And Abby, would you like time signals?
No, I'm okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, whenever you're ready.
Sounds good. My mother was really upset. I had just been assigned to do my dental school residency in a hospital in a small town in Colombia called Neiva. It was 1992, the Colombia of Pablo Escobar, of government corruption and assassinations. It was also the Colombia of the FARC, the oldest guerrilla movement in modern history. This war between opposing forces became normal to us. Oof. So my mother put my father on the phone, who at the time lived in Grenada, another very violent town in Colombia. And my father asked me if I was scared. Yes. And he said, do you know why I stay in Grenada, mija? Because if the good people don't stay and serve, then the bad people take over. Oh, and he said, call your mother. I arrived at the hospital, and my first impression was that it was overcrowded and underfunded. I would be on call at night in the ER dealing with any superficial injuries subclinic. At night, I had to sleep with the window open because the temperature rose to 105 degrees and there was no AC in the hospital. On one of those hot nights, I went to sleep. And the next thing I remember, rifle. Eglantine Jebb, founder of Save the Children, the world's oldest humanitarian effort dedicated to helping kids in crisis, proclaimed in 1921. All wars, whether just or unjust, disastrous or victorious, are waged against the child. Our world today is in the midst of countless battles, whether it be man-made violent disputes for land, power, or resources, existential crises due to climate change, or this never-ending pandemic. Wars are being fought every day. And at the center, children, medical workers like Martha, know this all too well. Her story, like so many others in the face of war, leave us wondering if all of us are just trying to do what's best for our children. Who's the bad guy? Opposing forces. By Martha Ruiz Perilla. I was rushed downstairs, down the emergency stairwell that was lined with men. All of the men addressed the man holding me as commander. Once I got downstairs, I realized the rebels had seized the hospital. In the dark, two men told me that I had 3 hours to help them, or I would have to come with them. One of the men turned on a flashlight and revealed a child. His face completely deformed, exacerbated by an abscess that made the left side of his face look like a water balloon about to burst. But when I approached him and I tried to touch the child, I felt the pressure of a rifle in my back. Can you help us or not? Yes, I can. Okay, sit the child on the chair. I need someone to hold him down. I couldn't make him drowsy because I knew that they had been on foot and that they would have to leave the hospital on foot. So I would have to do this procedure without numbing him. And he was going to hurt a lot. He signaled to one of his men and he dropped his rifle and jumped on top of the child, straddling him at his thighs and then holding his arms down at the side of his body. I was shaking. I knew that if I had made a mistake in my incision and I ran past the nerve in that area of the face, that I could cause paralysis and have this kid's face for life. And in the back of my mind, I also realized that if the government had been notified that the rebels had seized the hospital, they could burst in at any moment and start a crossfire. And I would become collateral damage. I didn't want to ask his name, so I called him Pelao, which means kid in the area of Colombia where I come from. I explained to him what I was going to do. And I told him that he was going to hurt a lot. And he looked up at me and his eyes filled with tears and he nodded. And my heart shrunk. I mean, this kid was in so much pain and he was terrified. But so was I. I had a weapon in my back. I took a deep breath. I calculated the position of the nerve inside the bloated balloon of skin. And I made my first incision. Slow and careful. And then I began to drain. boy began to scream and twitch in his chair. But he began to cry uncontrollably, and I had to stop. We were both sweating profusely. Okay, once the inflammation gave in, I was able to look into the mouth and find the culprit. A rotten molar. I had to pull it. It was part of the procedure. And with each piece of tooth, the scream came along, and the pressure of the rifle got stronger and stronger in my back. But at one point, the boy couldn't take it anymore, and he yelled out, "Ay, papa, no más!" I felt the pressure of the rifle strongest in my back. The commander who had been pointing it at me broke his silence and said, "Almost there, mijo." This was the commander's son. I had to do this right. I finished training. I ran and grabbed some free samples of medical supplies and antibiotics. No. Shh. It's okay. It's okay. It's over. For the following 2 weeks, I continued to take care of my outpatients, terrified that the boy would come back. Until one day I received a note from the front desk. The pelado is okay, doctora. No need to come back. And I felt that it connected me to the bad guys. But then I thought to myself, what bad guys? I mean, this was a sick child. And the people that came to me in search of help were just mothers and fathers and kids with toothaches. And so I've come to think that in times of war, if you are gifted with the opportunity to help another human being, you do it. Because that's how you serve. Not a faction, not a party, not a cause. But the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Abigail. Judges, that was 10-17.
And judges, I'm actually sharing a device with another competitor who has to go to another round. So would it be okay if I log out of the call?
Yes.
Perfect. Sounds good. Have a good one, y'all.
All right. Ophelia.
Can you see and hear me all right?
Judges, you be good to go? All right, Ophelia, whenever you're ready, would you like time signals?
No, thank you.
All right.
Okay. So they claim that my client, Mr. Coleman, broke into a store and took some money out of the register. The video they have of him wasn't even clear. And they had his fingerprints, but he worked at the store. So there's a good reason why his fingerprints were at the crime scene. I thought I had a winnable case. I thought I had a winnable case, but I was practicing in front of Judge Lacey Johns. And Judge Lacey Johns has this long list of rules that could be the difference between a person's freedom and jail. Oh, so I sat with my client, Mr. Coleman. Okay, 1, you have to use a title of anybody you're referring to, no first names. 2, you have to dress professionally. 3, you have to always answer questions, yes, Your Honor. And 4, you have to have a job each time you come to court. Okay, these are the rules you have to follow. So there I was the day of court, standing next to my client, wearing khaki pants and a polo shirt. Now what I told him, but not too shabby. Then the judge asked my client if he had a job. He said, I don't have a job. Sheila said I should get a job, but I thought I'd wait till the case was over, Your Honor. And just like that, he was carted off to jail over a list. I mean, was this really justice? The world held its breath on June 25th, 2021, as murderer Derek Chauvin was sentenced to 22.5 years in prison for viciously killing George Floyd. He's expected to get out in 15 years. In 2008, Black military veteran Derek Harrison was sentenced to life in prison for selling 0.69 grams of marijuana to an officer. He was released after serving 12 years. Same name, similar sentencing, but completely different crimes. This disparity is but one example of our broken justice system, one that needs fixing from the inside out. Meet Sheila Calloway, defense attorney, who finds herself stuck in this exact system, one that doesn't care about fairness and hinders at the humanity of a singular judge. However, Sheila shows us that in order to fix anything, we must have the courage to stand on the crumbling ground beneath us. True Justice by Sheila Calloway. But then one day my boss came to me and said he's gonna switch me to Judge Thomas Shriver's courtroom. Okay. Mr. Blacksmith, I had a client, Mr. Blacksmith. He never been in court before and he only had a minor charge. But this man, he smelled like a distillery. Mr. Blacksmith, did you bathe yourself in a bathtub full of beer? I mean, we have court today. And they called us into the courtroom. Come on. Judge Shriver looked at us. He must have sensed that fear, that dread. He asked my client, Mr. Blacksmith, have you been drinking? Well, yeah, I had a beer, but only one beer. It was a 40 ounce though. We're done. We're done. I just knew it. And then I heard Judge Shriver snickering. This man was laughing. He said, now, Mr. Blacksmith, next time you come to court, don't drink before you get here. But you can go. Judge Shriver recognized that Mr. Blacksmith deserved a second chance. He recognized that you can make mistakes, but that doesn't mean your life is over. He showed compassion and empathy to all the clients that came into his courtroom. Over the next 3 years, I learned so much from Judge Shriver. He became a mentor to me, a father figure. He treated everyone with respect and with fairness, while also holding them accountable for their actions. True justice. But then Judge Shriver died. and it broke my heart. His his courtroom was closed for 7 weeks. But when they opened it back up, the judge they chose to replace him was Judge Lacey Johns. And we were going back to a system of arbitrary rules and unfairness. As I practiced in Judge John's court again, the struggle in me grew. I got more wishes with the system, and then one day, Your Honor, my client is 19 years old. And yes, he was at the ATM machine, got a card, took it with him, started using it. But Your Honor, my client knew he made a mistake. That's why he went back to all of those stores and he returned every item that he could. He recognizes the wrong that he did, and he was trying to make it right. So I asked to consider giving him expungible probation. All my client wants is a second chance. Oh, expungible probation. If you make your guilty part of the conditions, they'll erase the felony from your record. Oh. Judge John said he did the crime, he's got to do the time. And he just kept repeating that over and over. He's got to do the time, he's got to do the time. Your Honor, my client is 19 years old. He's a child, and yes, Your Honor, but it is, Your Honor, it is also important that this felony charge be erased from this kid's record because Your Honor, my client has a felony. He cannot go to good school. Your Honor, my client can never get a good job. And okay, yes, he did the crime, but Your Honor, my client was also remorseful. He went back to all of those stores and he returned every item that he could. So I don't understand. Okay, yes, the crime, yes, he did the crime, Your Honor, but he also followed every rule on your list. Okay, he used the title of your name. He dressed professionally. He always answered questions, yes, Your Honor. And 4, he has a job. So I don't understand why sending him to jail is justice. Okay, no. When have you done anything just in this courtroom? No, okay, no, you, sir, you do not know what justice is. You don't know what justice is. And just like that, they carted him off to jail. In that moment, I knew that I couldn't practice law in a place that didn't feel just. But I also knew that our youth are going to make mistakes. And they're going to sometimes need second chances. I struggled in that courtroom for about 2 more months until I was transferred to juvenile court. And practicing in juvenile court, it felt like practicing in Judge Schreiber's courtroom because these people were trying to make a difference in our youth's lives because they realized, like Judge Schreiber realized, like I now realized that people are unique and they make mistakes. So it's up to us to build them back up and give them second chances so that there will be more justice.
Thank you, Ophelia. Judges, time was 10:19. All right, our next competitor is Talia.
Hi.
I can see and hear you.
Fantastic. All my judges are ready, so awesome. Great. For starters, I was a sick kid. Beanpole skinny and fragile as a microwave souffle. I bruised easy and wilted in a snap. There were early nose and throat flare-ups and pesky and persistent migraines. But as we got closer to pinning down my mysterious illness in the cardiology department, Mom moved to micromanaged healthcare with the logistical vigor of a drill sergeant. Look, this kid is sick, all right? And so help me God if she dies on me because you can't find out what's wrong with her, I will sue you for every cent you've got. Her voice dogged after any doctor who said no more tests could be done. Stalked him down the corridor, sliced through the silence of the hallway. I can't believe this. Don't worry, Mom. It's okay. Look, Julie, I'm trying to help you with this, sacrificing my life to figure out what the hell is wrong with you. So stop screwing it up when we get in there by acting all normal. Show them how sick you are, and let's get to the bottom of this, okay? Okay. When you love someone, you protect them. But overprotection or going too far to care about the ones we love can lead to hurting them instead. Julie's mother causes her daughter a childhood of pain by falsely claiming that Julie is sick and in need of urgent medical attention. Her story cautions us to love someone in a way that will help them live, rather than leave them sickened. The True Story of a Lost Childhood by Julie Gregory. Ohio is home now, thanks to my dad landing a steady job with full benefits. And now that we've got full medical coverage, Mom's got me established with another pediatrician. We sit in the examining room waiting for the doctor. How do you act when you're sick, Julie? Show me. Right, now, what do you think the doctor is going to say if he comes in here and you're all sitting up and smiling? Show them how sick you are outside the doctor's office. We have got to get to the bottom of this so Mommy can get some rest. There's a substantial difference in Julie's heart rate when she stands up from when she's at rest, Miss Gregory. And just in watching her, she seems to have a little bit of difficulty breathing when standing. Julie, how does it feel upon rising? Tell him how out of breath you are, Julie. She is always out of breath, doctor. Gosh, this explains everything. Well, Miss Gregory, we might want to attach something called a Holter monitor on her overnight. Is that all right with you? On the way out, my mother is humbly thankful. She emits a kind of subtle undercurrent of thrill that we're finally making progress. She reaches over and tucks a strand of hair behind my ear. Her soft graze sends goosebumps stealing down the side of my body. We're going to get to the bottom of this. I've got to show them what's wrong with me. I gulp air down. I hold my breath. This time, it is going to be until I feel my heart skip a beat. Well, Sandy, it looks like what we got here is a possible case of periodic rapid heart action. I'm in the exam room, sitting on the table, while Dr. Michael Reynolds and my mother look at my test results, spread out over the counter. Does that mean we're going to have to go in for open heart? I mean, seriously, Michael, I am not opposed to it if we can really find out what's wrong with her. My mother is now on a first name basis with the cardiologist. They stand near each other when they consult. Oh, no, I don't think we're gonna need to do anything like that, Sandy. But what we really should do is get Julie into Ohio State Hospital for a week and run a comprehensive test assessment. I'd say it's about time we're getting somewhere in this runaround, wouldn't you? I don't see a problem in that. I'm just glad I have finally found someone who is competent enough to realize this kid is sick. Absolutely. On my third night in the hospital, The nurse comes into my room for a night check. So, ready to go home? Yeah, kinda. Listen, tomorrow they're gonna make a little incision in the vein of your arm and the artery of your thigh and run some electrical connectors into the valves of your heart so they can see it on a TV screen. Well, you might think it's kind of neat, seeing your heart on TV. What? No, this has got to be a mistake. How did this happen? They're going to cut me. No, you can't do this to me. No, you can't do it. I'm not really sick. My mother is making it up. I can't believe I just said that. The nurse watches me hard. Her expression says she doesn't believe me. Maybe I don't believe me either. No, my mother loves me. If I wasn't sick, then the doctors wouldn't be trying to fix me. Right? The day after the surgery, I stand in the corridor of Ohio State Hospital. Me, my mom, and my cardiologist. Well, Miss Gregory, we've got good news. Nothing outside a normal parameter. What? What do you mean you can't find anything? Well, Michael, let's get a plan of attack here. In the face of these inconclusive test results, I think now is the time that we really need to move in with the open heart surgery and finally, once and for all, get to the bottom of this thing. Miss Gregory, Julie does not need open heart surgery. I'm sure you're pleased to hear that. Oh, that's it? You're just gonna drop me like a hot potato? You act like I'm doing something wrong here. Are you trying to tell me this kid is normal? That I'm making this up? Miss Gregory, I can't do anything else here. For Julie or for you. You need to drop the heart procedures. Period. Well, you're the one who's gonna be sorry when this kid dies on you. You're being such an incompetent idiot. Can't even figure out what's wrong with a 13-year-old girl. This kid is sick. You hear me? Sick. Heart surgery, iodine injections, tubes shoved, slits, sliced, blood drawn. These things change a kid. You forget what you were like before they cut you, and you only look towards the future so it can all be over. The tests, the trying, the meds you swallow without knowing why. We occasionally go to church, but when we do, Mom tells everybody that she'll never get better. Please keep her in your prayers. She'll be surprised if I live to 20. But I do. I was in and out of school for my teenage years, so I never actually got a high school diploma, but I lie on the application to community college and somehow convince them into accepting me. I slip into psych class one sticky July afternoon. The professor's soft voice moves on to a particular kind of child abuse. He says the perpetrator, usually a mother, makes an otherwise healthy child sick in order to seek continued medical care. Apparently, the doctor rarely finds anything wrong with the kid, but the mother goes from doctor to doctor, pursuing tests and surgeries. Sometimes the mother fabricates the symptoms. Sometimes she causes them. Sometimes the kid dies. This form of child abuse is called Munchausen by proxy, or MBP. My body, sliced, diced, and probed for nothing. They just did the tests, never questioned any of it. But it was her, all along. Two years later, I sit in the waiting room of a local department store filling out my application. It reads, Have you ever had a heart problem? Any hospitalizations? Surgeries? If yes, please explain. How do I explain? With black pen in hand, I zip through the questionnaire and check no in every single column. What they are looking for are legitimate medical problems, and I don't have any. I never did.
Thank you, Talia. Judges, that was 10-18. All right, and that brings us to our final finalist, Caitlin.
Hello, can all of my judges hear and see me okay? All right, if you guys don't mind, I'm just gonna close my blinds a little bit just so the reflection can get off in 1 second.
And judges, are we all good to go? Awesome.
Okay, I'll be timing on the side, but if one of my judges doesn't mind, just give me a fist at 10. Perfect.
I will be that judge. So if you want to pin me in your corner.
Got you.
And you are good to begin.
Oh. During my rookie year, the training officer started explaining that if you had a suspect playing loud music with their baseball cap on backwards, you should use your microphone. They went on to demonstrate that the suspect's pants were sagging. You should just grab the back of their pants to pull them out the car with. Get out here, boy. Then I thought back through their profile of this fictional suspect. Loud music, baseball cap on backwards, pants sagging. They wanted us to see a Black man in our minds. Any adult man would be insulted to be called a boy, but when someone yells this at a Black man, it evokes centuries of racist history. With that phrase, I suddenly realized that racism in the police department was a reality. I immediately wrote Sergeant Brian Bruce, the defensive tactics leader at the time, and shared my shock and disgust that the trainers explicitly suggested using the word boy to speak to a grown man and explain the racial connotation of that word. He assured me he would correct the problem. A few days later, just when I didn't need it, I found myself under review for officer safety issues. I felt so naive when I haven't recognized it before. I was only a rookie officer, a woman, and an African American at that. They were clearly trying to punish me. I didn't know there was a thin blue line that ruled how officers work with each other. A code that said we had a personal duty to each other, not just a duty to our job. In May of last year, Sacramento Police Chief Daniel Hahn told CNN that as a Black police officer, he is often referred to as an Uncle Tom or simply a sellout. And while minorities are justified in our opposition to the police, it's important that we consider those same minorities in uniform, because we tend to forget that pain does not end at one's occupation. Here in this piece, we see an unfortunate yet accurate example of this through Officer Melissa McFadden, a former member of the Columbus Division of Police. Her experience captures the internal struggle that many officers of color face. That struggle being straddling the fence between wanting to protect their own from recurring trauma, and as she puts it, wanting to protect themselves from what could be an equally oppressive workplace. Walking the Thin Black Line by Melissa McFadden. Price Hill, West Virginia, an unincorporated village on the outskirts of Mount Hope, was an odd place to grow up. We weren't totally cut off from mainstream America, but I would say we were a little behind. I was in the middle of 4 sisters, and we fought, well, like sisters. They thought I was nuts because I wanted to be a cop, and they couldn't imagine why. I thought of police officers as the most powerful helpers in the community we have to get out of. My black field training officer, Linda, whispered urgently as we drove past a fellow police officer conducting a traffic stop on the near east side of Columbus, a predominantly black neighborhood. It was late one Thursday night in 1997, and we had slowed down to see Dave. The white officer in the stop needed assistance. We could see the driver sitting in the back seat of the police cruiser parked a short distance away while his car was being searched. The trunk of the car was open and we could see Dave rifling through it, but we knew Dave didn't have consent from the driver to search the car. Suddenly we realized we needed to leave. And there I was, driving past a routine traffic stop where another officer was breaking the rule, an essential one and a constitutional rule that was in place to maintain our civil liberties. Now I was being trained to look the other way. Then at a roll call, I was about to be temporarily assigned to the ride with another officer for the shift. I looked across the room at Dave, and images of me starring in the hit reality TV show, Crooked Cops of Columbus, flashed before my eyes. Not me. No way. So I spoke up and pointed at Dave. I don't want to ride with him. The supervisor asked me why. He conducts illegal searches, I answered without thinking. I must have been out of my mind to say that out loud. There I was, announcing to the entire room of maybe 7 officers that I wasn't gonna look the other way when I saw an injustice go down. After all, I hadn't planned to become an officer and wear a uniform with pride for my entire life just to have it tarnished by the bad behavior of a few. For a hot second, my first attempt at resisting corruption looked like it was working, but I had this funny feeling. Something didn't feel right. An officer warned me to be careful. Somehow I knew they were really coming for me this time. Then a couple weeks after the commanders were reassigned on March 5th, an officer told me Commander Rhonda Grizel, my new white supervisor at the patrol bureau, was contacting black officers and asking them to file complaints against me. In order to catch me, they had to lie about my actions. This is where I tell you that not all black police officers are perfect. And all the uses of deadly force in the Columbus Division of Police since I have been here, only one officer has been indicted for murder. He is a black officer who killed a white woman, but one officer who wasn't indicted for using deadly force was Brian Mason. He had used deadly force against 4 other people, 2 of whom were fatal in the 9 years he had been with the division when he shot and killed 13-year-old Taya King. I was at lunch on September 14th, 2016, with a lieutenant from the zone where Taya was killed when the call went out for an officer-involved shooting. We responded to the scene. It was so disheartening. I was devastated when I saw how little the victim's body was. He was lying on the ground in handcuffs, his toy gun lying several feet away. As the paramedics went to put him in the ambulance, I saw Taya's face. I saw Taya's face and realized he was just a child. I couldn't imagine how he would point the fake gun at an officer's report said he did. He knew it was fake. He might have been trying to throw it away. He could have been trying to defend himself. He was old enough to know if I could have killed. He likely heard of Tamir Rice, a 12-year-old Cleveland boy who was killed 2 years earlier playing in a park with a toy gun. It has never made sense to me. It has never made sense to me. You know, it's so ironic, but we can't call 911 to report a crime. How did we get to this moment where the most vulnerable people we serve feel traumatized by us constantly? I admit it, I'm angry. Because as police officers, we are wired to defend our actions and blame the victims for their deaths. This is the hardest part about the thin black line feeling the pain of the community I'm a part of. And knowing that the system I work for denies the pain even exists. As Black police officers, we see the injustice waged against communities of color every day. At the same time, some members of those communities view Black officers as traitors. That hurts. But we have to walk that thin black line. I want to make it clear that the thin black line is not a line where we are on one side or the other. It is a tightrope we have to balance on. As Black police officers, we are always on edge, waiting for how we might just be tripped up. I care about minority officers who walk the thin black line daily. And my real sense of security will only come when every police officer in the country can call out injustice without fear. Until the night comes and there is no more left to call out.
Thank you, Caitlin. Judges' time was 10:23. And with that, we have reached the end of the round. Thank you all for an excellent round. You have made our jobs very difficult in ranking you. Judges, I don't know if any of you would also like to offer your congratulations, and then everyone is dismissed.
Congratulations, everyone. I'm so sorry that you didn't get the in-person TOC experience that you had hoped for. Thank you, though, for blessing us with 10 minutes of a wonderful story that we all surely will remember.
Thank you very much. All your words were extremely powerful. And as the first judge said, it's going to be hard to rank you. You're all extremely talented. Well done.
Congratulations. Thank you for sharing your voices on such important topics and giving voice to so many great stories. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys for judging.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges.
Have a nice day.
Thank you, judges. Have a nice day. Thank you for judging. Bye-bye.